Morning, Chairperson.
Morning, Honorable Chair.
Morning, Honorable Chair.
Today I'm struggling a little bit. I'm using my iPad and my phone for the meeting. I've taken my laptop to Parliament so that they can fix it because it seems it has a problem. Tuesday, Wednesday, we were busy with the training. After the training, you remember mostly they need to install that program that we need to use for our interest declaration. So we've been busy with them and they couldn't help me. So now I've taken it to Parliament today so that they can try to fix it. Yeah, I welcome you all and I greet you all in the name of our Lord Jesus. Honorable members and our board members and also the team from ARC committee and the presidential representation, the people that are dealing with youth issues that we have invited to the portfolio committee. Good morning to all of you and you are welcome to this meeting. I declare this meeting officially open. Honorable members, I also greet our staff members, hoping that you are well. We have only one member who's been admitted, Honorable Sheriff. I'm not sure whether she's back, but I don't think she's back because yesterday when I was talking to her, she was still hospitalized. She was still in hospital. And yeah, I think let me start with my observations to the NYDA. I'm not sure whether all board members are here. Nelly, can you check for me?
I'm checking.
Niyangibona kodwa ngizama uku-improvise nje kancane.
Now we can see you, Chair.
Oh, okay.
Now we can see you.
Thanks, Bonnie.
Chair, I saw 5 board members that are here, or 6.
Oh, okay, no, they're fine. I have made my observations, honorable members and board members last week, not last week, the last meeting where you were here in Parliament. It seems that as if there's no good working relationship amongst the board members. And for us as a portfolio committee, that is a concern. And there's no way that will allow you as board members not to have a good working relationship. You know, one of the members said in the last meeting, I think it was Honorable Mpiti and Masiko, if I'm not mistaken, you are not friends. You may be coming from different political parties, but that does not mean when you are there as board members of the NYDA, even if you have disagreements, it must also affect your institution. It cannot be correct. You need to take your differences away from your work environment. You are expected to be behaving professional as professional as much as you can. Because why? You are there for one purpose, of ensuring that you change the lives of young people. We cannot afford to have a board that is not coherent. Because when you have a board that is not unified and that is not working together, a board that will be classing each other, a board that will be undermining each other, it's not going to assist the NYDA institution. It's not even going to benefit young people of South Africa. It's important for you to work together. And it's important for you to consult one another. It's important for you to support each other, including the office of the chairperson. When I say the office of the chairperson, I mean the chair and the deputy chairperson. We don't want to find a situation like CGE, where most of the time when you are supposed to move forward and have progress in terms of the purpose of them being appointed as the commissioners, we find commissioners fighting each other as if they don't know what is the purpose of them being there. We've been struggling as the portfolio committee, trying to unify them for a very long time, until the term of office ended and some of them resigned. So with NYDA, you must know where we are coming from with this organization. And you can't pull down NYDA and take it from the high level where it was and put it to the dustbin. I repeat, when you came in, the NYDA bar was very high. So we are expecting you to do what is best for that organization. We are not expecting you to be fighting one another. You know, what I've observed again, since you came in, there are many anonymous letters that are coming through. You know, I've been asking myself, what is happening with NYDA now? We've been having NYDA for a very long time, and there were no anonymous letters, the manner in which they are now. And I'm not saying whistleblowers must not give us information or blow the whistle. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying it's too much. When we want to focus to our work on what is it that you are doing, monitor what you are doing, but we are receiving letters left, right, and center. I'm not sure what is going on. We are expecting you as the board to be monitoring other departments and public sector on what is it that they are doing in addressing the high rate of youth unemployment. But I don't see it coming. In fact, even when you read your report, how you performed in the first quarter, you can see that you're not doing very well. Looking at your first quarter report, you're not doing very well. Looking at the grants and the vouchers that you need to award to young people, you are not doing very well. You've been having a backlog. I don't know that backlog will end when. One is asking herself or him that if you are having a backlog, the young people who have applied when they were 33, 34 for the grants and the vouchers, which you have not awarded, and now they are above with their age, what is going to happen? Because they qualified. You are making young people to suffer. You've been telling us you are busy with a reviewing of policy forever and ever and amen. Young people must not be found wanting, frustrated, crying for help, and there's no ear that is listening to them. Young people are forwarding applications. You know, the other day I was even sharing with honorable members that, you know, sometimes it's even difficult to intervene in some of the things where I know some of the young people who have applied for grants, which they qualified when it's the end of the product, where the process where you were supposed to have paid them, you did not pay them. Reasons why only the devil knows in hell. Vouchers that are supposed to be granted to young people, if you look at your report, how we have spent, it tells you that it's like you are young people who doesn't care about the lives of the people, of young people, other young people. There is no way that you as board members, you'll sit there fighting each other, looking at each other's eyes, wanting to strangle each other's throats. When young people are out there and you are not even pushing your officials that are supposed to be finalizing those awards for the young people. You've been telling young people about a criteria that is nonsensical. I don't even know what criteria are you talking about. You are supposed to be drafting a policy that will allow young people to qualify. Don't be that bureaucratic for young people not to be assisted by NYDA. Help them to qualify. Don't just decline applications of young people. You must say to a young person, your application according to how you have written it, in terms of our criteria, and it will make you not to qualify. This is what you need to do. And don't just throw those applications in the dustbin. And young people don't know what to do and where to go, because the NYDA is the only institution that can ensure that the lives of young people, of young entrepreneurs, are changed for the betterment. So I'm not even sure how do you coordinate with the presidential youth desk. I don't know whether it's youth desk or youth committee, including the Department of Women. I don't see all of you. How do you coordinate each other? Where I'm sitting as the chair of the portfolio committee, I think these are the things that are more important to us. With regards to youth placement, also there, you have underperformed. And you can imagine, you are in quarter one. I don't even understand on how do you relate to public works in terms of EPWP. What you have put as your target for donations, you have achieved, you have managed to raise 5 million. What is 5 million out of 150 million target that you have put for yourselves? I am making all these comments because for us, as the portfolio committee, they are very serious. We want to give you support as the portfolio committee. We don't want to come, we don't want you to come to the portfolio committee and we critique you and not advise you and give you support. We are prepared to give you support 100%, not half 50%, 100%. You have our support. Anytime where there are things that you don't understand, you want to raise with the chair, my line is 24/7 open for you. Even if you can call me at 12 midnight, I will answer your calls. Unlike some of you who don't even answer calls when we are calling you. When members are requesting assistance in their constituencies from some of you, you don't even assist them. In our portfolio committee, we are a team. There's no different ANC, DA, EFF, or INCAT. We don't work like that. We are serious about what we have taken oath for. Those things of grandstanding, we do it in the house, but in the portfolio committee, we do serious business. That's the attitude that you need to have as the board. We wanted to know in 100 days since you came in, what is it that you have done? We don't care about how many meetings that you have attended. We want to see impact, how those meetings are benefiting young people. That's why even in your reports, when you write reports to us, we want to see the impact that you have made in those meetings. This thing, we're not expecting you to be writing to us. I met the chairperson of the portfolio committee. Yes, it's okay, but we want to know how is it going to benefit young people? How does those meetings translate to changing the lives of young people, the lives of young people? How do young people benefit in those presidential infrastructure projects? That's all what we want to see. You need to tell us, what is the problem of you placing young people working together with the presidential youth committee or desk? What is the problem of you not being able to place young people to jobs? And you need to break down the categories of young people. We don't have only graduates in South Africa. We have young people who are in the streets. We have young people who are university dropouts. We have young people who have only matric. Why is it difficult for you to place young people? In some instances, in some national roads and provincial roads, in all provinces, you should be training young people to gain skills. What is it that you're doing? Because you can see that our infrastructure is falling apart. How then do you go and negotiate with different provincial governments and municipalities to place in young people using that presidential infrastructure grant? Those are the things that we're expecting from you. How do you translate and implement that youth policy that was passed by Parliament? So I thought that it's important that I must make all these remarks so that you understand where we're coming from and what is the expectation from you. We don't want to be a portfolio committee that checks, Uguti, you have spent 3 cents. 3 cents doing what? Is there value for money? You know, going through that report also of the presidential committee, you know, where it says you want to employ consultants. I was asking myself, why are you employing consultants? Why are you checking the database of universities where there are graduates? There are young people who can do the job. There's no shortage of skill here. There are young people who have graduated in all universities of South Africa. Why are you not taking data from all those universities and see how do you use that data effectively and efficiently? NYDA, you have a high number of staff that is resigning. What is the problem? So I'm raising all these things so that, you know, we need to see change from all of you. We need to see change. I think, honorable members, with those remarks that I've just said now, you have heard, and we are expecting also you to work with the CEO of NYDA. There cannot be a bad blood between the board and the CEO. If you have something that you don't understand with the CEO, call the CEO and talk to the CEO. He's there working with you. You can't be afraid to call the CEO and say, you know what, there is 1, 2, 3. How do we address this thing? This is my plea. Please, it's important for you to work together. You need to be united. Put your political differences aside. Focus on what you've been appointed for. You'll always have our support as the portfolio committee. Our doors are always open. Any member of the committee, when they are seeking for help for their constituencies, please help them. In fact, not only members of my portfolio committee only, but all honorable members who want your assistant as NYDA, please attend to them. I was informed that there are members in the of the committee that have requested assistance from you. And he was not assisted. And the Honorable Mpiti doesn't know that I know about that. I'm sure he's shocked that I'm raising it. So please, can you do that favor for us? This is for the betterment of the lives of young people. Come up with those innovations that you told us that you are intending to do when we are appointed as board members. It must not be a dream deferred. It must be a live dream. So I hope with the remarks, you are going to change, you are going to work together, and because it's quarter one, I'm sure you'll improve in quarter two, We don't want to see any money roll back to National Treasury. Money that is supposed to be awarded to young people for vouchers or grants. It must be all given to young people. That one, it must not go back to National Treasury. We are going to be on your neck. All young people who have applied for grants, we want to see them being paid. And you are going to report to us in each and every quarter. We want to see a new strategy from board members, a new turnaround strategy on how are you going to implement, how are you going to make sure that young people who have applied for grants and vouchers, they get them. If it's officials who are useless that we have placed in that, we have allocated that responsibility, then remove them. Why do we keep them there? We don't want to hear anything of backlog. It's no longer time for backlog. It's time for progress. Thank you very much, honorable members. I've already declared the meeting officially open. Let's get apologies, Nelisa, if there are any apologies.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson and members, the NYDA board members and officials, and my colleagues. I have received one you have already indicated of that Honorable Sharif, who's in hospital. The second one is from Honorable Hlengwa, who has attended the Pan-African Parliament as an NA delegate. And then I've received an apology, Chair, from the Department of Women, the DG, she has attended the Interministerial Committee on Science, Technology, and Innovations, Chair. And the last one, it's from the NYDA, indicating that the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee is not available, and Mr. Ndlela will present on her behalf. Thank you, Chair.
The CEO have requested me to leave at 12:30, and I have granted him that permission also. Because he sent me that request early yesterday. So it's fine. We'll try our level best that CEO, whatever that you need to answer for, it's done before you leave. No, we can then move forward. What is the next item, Nelly?
It will be a presentation from the Audit and Risk Committee, Chair, on Q1 report of the NYDA. Thank you, Chair.
You said, what is the reason for the new chair not to be present?
There was no reason, Chair, indicated in the email that I received. It just said the ARC chair is not available today, Chair. Thank you.
The apology is not accepted. Mr. Ndlela, why must Mr. Ndlela present on behalf of the ARC? Mr. Ndlela is the board member. Isn't it? Mr. Ndlela?
Yes, Chair, I'm here.
You are the board
morning.
member.
Yes, Chair, I am a member of the board, but I'm also a member of the Audit and Risk Committee of the institution. So when the chair said she was not available, she asked
We
me
are not going to
to
present
speak.
on her behalf. Mr. Ndlela, we are not going to present on her behalf. The chair must come make a presentation. That you are part of the Audit and Risk Committee, it's okay, but you are not going to do her job. she must come and present a report. So that report is not going to be presented. Let's go to the next item.
Okay, Chair.
She must come to the portfolio committee and present a report. You are fine. You are a board member. You will concentrate on your work as a board member. Let's get the chairperson of NYDA. What is the next item? Is the NYDA?
Yes, Chair, presentation by the NYDA on Q1 for 2022-23. Thank
Over
you,
to you, chairperson and CEO.
Sorry, Chair, can the secretary just allow us to share our screen?
Sorry, to share the screen.
Yes, please, Chair.
Oh, okay. Neliswa, can you assist the CEO? Over to you, chairperson, for your political overview. Let's have the chairperson for the political overview first.
Thank you, honorable members, and good morning. Honorable Chair, before we perhaps proceed, maybe just get guidance. I see that Honorable Minister is on the platform, so I'm not too sure whether we should afford the Minister an opportunity before I give my remarks.
Asanda, I'm the chairperson of the portfolio committee. I said you must present.
Okay.
We acknowledge the presence of the minister. I said you must present. It's not the department that is presenting, it's NYDA.
All right, no, noted, Honorable Chair, and thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I wish to really just indicate that we welcome the support from the Portfolio Committee. And we equally take note of observations made by the honorable members. And we wish to commit to the members as well as young people of this country that as the board, we will continue to work tirelessly towards ensuring that indeed we work towards realizing our mandate of the agency. Now, Honorable Chair, I think when you were giving your opening remarks, there was a saying that came to mind, and the saying is, to whom much is given, much will be required. Now, there's a lot that is required from us as the board, and we all share that collective responsibility with the understanding that we dare not fail, as well as we dare not fail young people. And we dare not use this opportunity entrusted on us to fail the millions of youth that look to the agency as a beacon of hope. So Honorable Chair and honorable members, I wish to just briefly touch on or reflect on the state or the status rather, particularly as it relates to young people. Now, we've got our National Development Plan, which is our vision for 2030, which correctly puts young people at the center of South Africa's developmental agenda. Now, what this means, honorable members, is that for every action and program that government undertakes, the primary beneficiaries ought to be young people. Now, government has introduced the necessary policies that seek to realize the integration of youth into the mainstream economy. Now, the presentations that we'll be making this morning will precisely speak to this particular objective. Now, as the NYDA board, we have sought intentional programs that engage youth in communities, in schools and organizations in a manner that is productive and constructive, as well as to be able to foster nation building and social cohesion, to be able to promote, positive outcomes for young people. Now, the board of directors have prioritized community involvement as well as collaboration at the center to ensure positive youth development, as well as to build, the relevant connections for a better tomorrow. In addition, honorable members, we recognize the valuable contributions that our communities make in identifying and responding to the challenges faced by the youth. Now, amongst the key activities and achievements of the board since our appointment last year, and this will further be expanded in the presentation that we'll be making this morning, would be us being able to support your NSFAS, your National Student student financial aid scheme in reaching as many young people for the intake of the 2022 academic year. We've also launched the Revitalized National Youth Service, in which includes the intake of 35,000 young people by March 2022 on a paid structured youth program. We've also been able to lobby for the continuation and increase of funding for the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, as well as the Presidential Employment Stimulus, as well as fulfilling the commitments vested in it by the Department of your Cooperative Governance on our Community Works program, which we are currently piloting in Mpumalanga, as well as being able to have Youth Month build-up programs. Now, this year's Youth Day, as well as Youth Month, it was celebrated under the theme, promoting sustainable livelihood and resilience of young people for a better tomorrow. Now, we can attest that the youth of this country are indeed resilient and passionate about their advancements. And as the board, we continue to changing, or commit rather, to changing their material conditions for the better. So honorable members, we were appointed as the board of directors of the NYDA exactly a year ago in November last year. And now more than ever, we have seen the importance and the need to engage youth around their development. And it is particularly at this point that we've seen the need for a more coordinated and cohesive approach to youth development as an important tool now more than ever. And this is why we are encouraged and pleased to welcome and inform the honorable members that Cabinet has adopted and approved our integrated youth development strategy as part of our key achievements, which will further be expanded to in our presentation. Now, it best provides context of the NYDA's philosophy around youth mainstreaming. Now, put simply, honorable members, youth mainstreaming can be understood as a strategic tool for youth development across all stratas of society. Now, the board has focused on being intentional about expanding the footprint of the agency and ensuring that it is responsive to the needs of young people across the length and breadth of this country. Now, what will be presented this morning is a translation of policy into implementation through our annual report for Q2, as well as the report on the Audit and Risk Committee. Now, honorable members, with that, allow me to invite the board, as well as the CEO and the Audit and Risk Committee, who will take the honorable members through the work undertaken by the agency for the quarter under review. With that, honorable members, I will then hand over to the CEO, who would then be presenting our Q2, and thereafter we can invite the board members to speak on some of the focus or focal areas that were requested by us from the committee. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Chair of the Board. Let me recognize the Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Minister as well. So, Chair, I'll then go into the presentation and then we'll come back to the board. But just to say that the board has been conducting a great deal of oversight of NYDA operations. They've already visited 5 provinces: Gauteng, the Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal. During their term, the board will aim to visit at least every district. And in these visits, they assess the effectiveness of operations, the services that are being offered to young people, as well as the different youth experiences in the program. Just in terms of the structure, so we go over it again. The president, of course, appoints the board. We have the minister, who is our executive authority. The board is functioning through 6 committees: the Executive Management Committee, the Audit Committee, the Investment Committee, the Human Resources and Remuneration Committee, ICT Steering Committee, as well as the Social and Ethics Committee. Those are the members of all of the committees. There's an even spread of work. And as Chair had indicated, we'll come back then to the specific board member presentations after we've done the quarterly report then. In terms of the second quarter in the organization, our strategy has remained the same, During Q1, we achieved 79% of our performance targets and 58% of our quarterly budget. Our coordinated response to the pressing challenges of youth unemployment through the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, we are now in full implementation. Our component that we are allocated, the National Youth Service, we had over 20,000 young people participating in service during Q1. But because the presidency is also here, we'll not speak too much in our presentation, or allow them to talk on the more coordinated aspect of youth employment. Of course, during Q1, it was also, we celebrated and commemorated Youth Day and Youth Month. And I think, well, strategically, I think the president, the day before Youth Day, had considered the integrated youth development strategy at cabinet. And it is the first integrated youth development strategy that's been approved in NYDA's history. The NYDA Act legislatively requires us to develop the integrated youth development strategy. 4 previous strategies have been returned by cabinet chair. And it is under the leadership of this board that the IYDS has finally been approved by cabinet. But in approving the strategy, cabinet also requested that the strategy includes us tracking the progress of gender-based violence and femicide and the second pandemic against young women, as well as tracking the progress and strategies to support youth in conflict with the law. So we've added those 2 elements into the integrated youth development strategy. On Youth Day 2022, the president also announced the progress that has been made on youth development and the plans for the year ahead. We do a quarterly update of all government interventions on the State of the Nation dashboard, and I've put the link in there if honorable members would like to go and see consolidated efforts of government departments in respect of youth development. Of course, what we see is that young people are most responsive to opportunities. When we put opportunities on offer, that is what young people are responsive to. It's what excites them, it's what interests them, and as much as possible, that is where the strategy is focused. It is opening up learning and earning opportunities for young people. Also would have heard from the Auditor General about instances where young people did not receive goods and services. We are implementing additional due diligence and controls over these kind of suppliers to avoid any instance where that may reoccur in the future. Of course, we also hear that the committee has indicated that we are not communicating effectively. So we are presenting today to the Portfolio Committee a revised communication strategy for the organ. I think it's also important to indicate that there are multiple overlapping crises at the moment. We're still recovering from the impacts of the pandemic. We know that we have persistent electricity outages, high inflation, food insecurity, high oil prices, growing inequality. Yeah, but we must continue to fight the good fight, and we've seen for the last 3 quarterly labor force surveys, we've seen reductions in youth unemployment, and that I think is indicative of the fact that our consolidated efforts as government, working together with civil society and the private sector, are putting us together to where we need to. And it's not only, as you said, Honorable Chair, to reflect on the resilience of young people. Young people in this country are resilient, but you can't have resilience alone. We have to support that with intentional investment into young people to ensure that they can achieve what they want to and that they can be supported in their transition. We still have 3 programs in the organization: administration, program design, development and delivery, and integrated youth development. Now, in the quarter under review, we had 29 KPIs. Of those, 5 are met, 6 are met and exceeded, 3 are not met, 2 and the remainder are due in the forthcoming quarters. If we look at the first program, which is administration, we see that our year-to-date targets have mostly been met, except for our workplace skills plan and our annual partnerships and disability organizations, which generally we publish during quarter number 4. Honorable Chair, I hear your comment around the fact that we've only raised 5 million during the first quarter of the financial year. Let me say, Chair, that generally it does take a little bit of time. So one starts to negotiate the partnerships during quarter number 1. And during quarter number 2, you'll see those agreements start to be signed and implemented. And I would be happy to say to the chair that having looked at our quarter 2 figures, we are much closer to more than 200 million at the end of the second quarter. Our CETA partnerships and our partnerships with technology companies are due at the end of quarter number 3. In terms of reviewing and implementing our ICT strategic plan, that target has been met. In terms of integrated communications and marketing, the target is due at the end of quarter number 4, but of course, our revised communication strategy, and we will take your comments and incorporate it and then work on that revised communication strategy. We've met our target associated with our new ERP system as well. In respect of quarter 1 performance, in terms of youth-owned enterprises supported with financial interventions, the target was 500. We've achieved 472. So it is true, Chair, we are behind where we should be at this point in time. What we have come across is that you are correct, Chairperson, when you say, young people are not receiving always this level of service as to what they expect. Yeah? And that this issue of it takes long for grants to be paid or it takes long for vouchers to be concluded, we have certainly heard those comments be put in place here. Now, how we have responded is that we've put together a team that tracks customer service on a weekly basis, that is looking into, I will present to you towards the end what our customer service framework looks like. But just to say that we have implemented consequence management as well. What we find is that many of our branches and our centers submit grant files which are non-compliant with the policy, right? And then when these grant files come to head office, they are then sent back to the branch, right? And now a young person has signed their contract, they're expecting their grant to be paid, expecting to start with their work, but they only to find that their grant is returned, they are asked to correct, their quotations are old, they must get new quotations. Now we have implemented a process to say that there needs to be accountability and consequences in our branches and our centers for this kind of thing. Yeah. If district coordinators submit files which more than 10% fail quality assurance, they are issued with the first written warning. If they do it for the next week, again, they are issued with the final written warning. If they do it for the 3rd week in a row, we move towards a disciplinary process. So we are implementing consequence management to ensure that these things do not reoccur in future quarters. In respect of number of youth supported with non-financial business development interventions, the year-to-date target is 500. The quarterly achievement is 7,400. In terms of number of beneficiaries supported with business development services, the target is 100. The achievement is 268. The number of jobs created and sustained, the target was 1,250. We have achieved 1,467. Then in terms of number of young people placed in jobs, the target was 2,500. We've only achieved 385. I want to speak to the jobs target, right? Because I think that what I indicated in the start is that we do have a multiplicity of challenges in the economy, load shedding, high amounts of inflation, and these kind of things. And it is becoming more and more harder to find opportunities to place young people. That is not to say we should give up on that approach. Now, one of the big projects that we're working on is integration of different kind of platforms, right? So now we have sayouth.mobi, you have the NYDA's jobs database, you have the Department of Employment and Labor's ESSA database. So you have many systems which are operating separate from one another, right? And what we're trying to do is aggregate demand-side opportunities in one place for young people. So we're working on what we're calling a single sign-on. That is, when you sign on to the NYDA system, you are automatically registered on the Department of Employment and Labor and the SA Youth platform here. And what we're trying to do is aggregate as many. So we also see that this target will start to increase in the forthcoming quarters. But also to say to the committee is that what we're also finding is that when we engage with sectors, there are certain sectors which are growing. For example, I had a good meeting with the short-term insurance industry. They require a number of young people which they're struggling to fill posts. at entry level. And they require a more personalized kind of recruitment service. So how we respond to the jobs crisis is also a multi-pronged strategy. And we're trying many different things to be able to ensure that more and more we're able to create the right kind of demand side opportunities for them. The pathway management analytical report we will produce during quarter number 4. The number of young people capacitated with skills to enter the job market, the target was 10,000, we've achieved 13,300. Of course, I know it is always important to members to look at the spread of and distribution. Happy to say that during the first quarter, 300 grants were issued to females, 172 to males. We've also indicated the geographical spread in jobs that created and sustained, again, much more skewed towards young females than to young males, as well as the provincial distribution. I know it's been important to members that we report on our assistance to young people with disabilities. We're now able to produce that data for the committee. Of course, we are looking at the targets where young people are not, or young people with disabilities are not receiving services, so vouchers and market linkages, and we're putting in specific strategies to be able to assist those specific sectors. Of course, it's always important to look at, it's nice to look at the numbers, but it's much better to look at the real stories on the ground. Yeah. So what you have now is young people here. The first one is Yonela Nzoboi, who runs an agricultural business. Yonela is an agricultural graduate from Pisana in the Eastern Cape. He acquired farming experience from a young age. He now started an enterprise that allows him to produce cabbage, carrot, onion, butternut, green pepper, and potatoes. He produces them for commercial purposes. He's gone through the NYDA business management training course. We assisted him to buy seedlings and water supply, and there's been a lot more demand for his products, and he has created jobs. Second one is Taelo Motolo from Bedworth Park in Vanderbilt Park. He runs a corporate branding and clothing company. He applied through our Citibank branch, and he's been able to purchase equipment for his business and expand from one office into 2 offices. He runs another one in Sharpeville now, and he's been able to create permanent employment for 2 people and another 2 on a temporary basis. Let's move to the National Youth Service Program. So here we have the number of, the target was 10, we achieved 11. The number of young people who are participating in expanded volunteer programs, the target was 1,000, we've achieved 5,000. We're slightly behind on the young people participating in the CWP program. There were some challenges with the capturing of contracts, but that target should catch up in the forthcoming quarters. Then the number of young people who are securing paid service opportunities, the target was 5,000. At the end of the first quarter, 21,000 had been placed and were earning stipends. The targets in respect of young people who are completing service and transitioning out of service into other opportunities, those targets become due in quarter number 4. Here's a distribution of, again, very much skewed towards young females in respect of the National Youth Service Program, expanded volunteer program, and the distribution across provinces. Yeah. Now, I want to spend some time, Chairperson, on the revitalized National Youth Service, because this has become the biggest program in the NYDA, right? Its budget far exceeds all of our other programs. So what are we trying to do with National Youth Service under the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative? Right. One, young people work 16 hours a week. They earn an income at the national minimum wage. What we see as very important is that above all, young people must contribute meaningfully to their community. So what you don't want is a situation where young people are just coming there to just earn stipends every month. You want the work to be quality, impactful, contribute to social cohesion and nation building. But even more importantly, young people, while they are inside the National Youth Service Program, they must grow their skills and their employability so that they are able to find more sustainable opportunities afterwards. If we look at our participation in the National Youth Service, 66% females, 32% males, 1% who identify as non-binary, 1% is 1% is white, and 99% is previously disadvantaged individuals. We have asked that In forthcoming quarters, we break that down between Black African, Indian, as well as colored. 93% are non-disabled, but 7% are disabled. From what I know, this is one of the highest performing programs in terms of disability. In terms of age grouping, 17% are between 18 to 20, 42% are between 21 to 25, 28% are between 26 and 30, and 13% are between 31 and 35. In terms of provincial distribution, 12% are in the Eastern Cape, 4% in the Free State, 16% in Gauteng, 25% in KwaZulu-Natal, 14% in Limpopo, 6% in Mpumalanga, 3% in the Northern Cape, 4% in the Northwest, and 15% in the Western Cape. What do these young people do? In terms of community service, 3% of them are working on surveys and digital mapping, 13% in sports and recreation, 7% in the arts, culture and entertainment, 18% in learner support, 9% in social solidarity, 17% in early childhood development, 19% in food security and child nutrition, and 13% in community works, revitalization, and greening. Now, what are these actual projects doing? I know in the last committee, members would have raised the concern that the NYD is not visible on the ground. Now, youth service reaches almost every community in South Africa. When you have close to 50,000 young people working, it means you'll find them having presence almost every corner of the country. Right? So the first project, we work with Lima Rural Development. And what is that there's inadequate access to food and productive land for low-income families. In addition, poor educational outcomes exacerbate social exclusion and the marginalization of identified communities in rural parts of the country. So here, the project addresses youth unemployment by closing learner support and social support gaps, which affect rural and semi-urban communities. Young people learn techniques to work with various structures of the community, and they accumulate work experience through engagement, teachers' assistants, in home-based care, in homework club caring, educational awareness campaigns, in greening initiatives, as well as food and nutrition support. It increases youth employability because they develop interest in agriculture, in teaching, in environmental activism, in caring and entrepreneurship, resulting in them becoming economically active and productive citizens who have a sense of patriotism. There are 3,700 young people who are working in this program. The second program is implemented in collaboration with Siriti. Here we see that many young South African children are not exposed to early childhood development. We know that many young children, or generally, cognitive function is formed between the age of 2. And many young people don't have access to quality early learning opportunities. Of course, on the other side, young people remain outside employment, education, and training. And the challenges which face the ECD sector include lack of funding, the absence of higher quality learning material and resources, and lack of qualified teachers. Access to quality ECD services prepares children to be ready for school. So this program provides quality early childhood services to children in targeted communities. It increases their awareness and their understanding of caregivers in the provision of ECD services. It increases access on information on child nutrition. Participants serve as caregiver networkers. They conduct ECD awareness campaigns. They conduct child nutrition awareness campaigns. They start reading circles. They conduct workshops, which also includes the making of toys. So that's 3,000 young people who work in this project. Then we have the Early Learning Resource Unit. I'm not going to go over it again, but very much in a similar fashion works in the early childhood development sector. This program is implemented in the Western Cape, in Khayelitsha, Gugulethu, Mitchell's Plain, Philippi, and Delft. And young people are working as ECD teachers assistants. There is 3,000 of them. Then there's HPSA. This program works in KwaZulu-Natal, in the deepest, most rural parts of KwaZulu-Natal. Now, what you find here is that there is a mortality rate of approximately 60% in goats and chickens in rural communities. The same applies to cattle, livestock, and this persistent challenge hinders the sustainability of these farms. Now, what we see is that many young people don't necessarily always pursue in agriculture, but there are so many opportunities. It was also raised in our last portfolio committee meeting. Now, this project gives youth experience and skills in managing livestock, in animal health and production, while it provides them with paid community service activities, working as community health workers, animal census field workers, and animal nutrition assistants. It increases the employability of these young people. It capacitates them to start entrepreneurial ventures. And it's also giving small-scale farmers and communities access to more technical assistance and support, which reduces livestock mortality and increases retail. 3,000 young people working in this program. Then there's Anchor, which works in the Eastern Cape, Gauteng, Limpopo, Free State, and the Northern Cape. Also responds to ECD, but in addition, they also focus on HIV and AIDS, environmental cleanliness, and sports coaches. 3,000 young people working in this program. Then we have Hand in Hand. We see here that young people who are in townships and rural areas, they tend to get lost in the system. They fall in and out of education and short-term work. And in addition, we know that we have a heavy public health crisis, particularly in primary health care, which works under strain from the impacts of HIV and AIDS and the COVID-19 pandemic. In this program, we have 6,000 young people who are receiving experiential learning and life skills while working with local communities and public to fill gaps in access to HIV programs, tackling gender-based violence, raising climate change awareness, waste management service, and access to food and decent public infrastructure. This results in cleaner communities, rehabilitating public infrastructure, providing access to fresh farm produce through community food gardens, digital mapping and surveying of rural and informal settlements. Young people work as survey enumerators, they work as general workers, and they work as infrastructure revitalization and cleaning. Then we have the South African Association of Youth Clubs. Here we see that rural communities face lack of access to healthy eating options. They also have challenges with degradation of the environment, littering in public spaces, and pollution. There are opportunities for young people to offer food gardens, recycling and waste management initiatives. In this program, we have another 3,000 young people work. Then we have the Mbula Trust. Here, this works specifically in basic education. We see that there are 483,000 schools that were built from inappropriate materials. 932,000 schools do not have access to electricity. 1,100 do not have access to water. The department has developed the Accelerated School Infrastructure Initiative, but that there is always a lack of funding and a backlog in this case here. Now here, 3,000 young people are working in public schools for maintenance, for landscaping, for gardening, ensuring extended lifespan of buildings, better furniture, safer and cleaner environments for teachers and learners, improved skills in operations, and enhanced possibilities of youth being hired into similar roles. Then we have Africa Tikkun, who also works in ECD, teachers assistants, sports coaches, and the performing arts, which includes music, dance, drama, public speaking, and leadership coaching. There's the Small Projects Foundation. They work primarily on public health, building awareness on education, health, learner assistance, and community health agents. I mentioned in former portfolio committees how this project assists, for example, in public to the optometrists. So when we visit these sites, those optometrists in the public healthcare facilities say that they wonder what they'll do when the young people leave because they've added so much value to this program. Then we have Sports for Social Change. Here we have 4,000 young people who are working in sports, recreation, life skills advocacy to predominantly school-going learners. So we know that many young people after school, they leave, they don't have any place to go, they end up on the streets. Some of them abuse alcohol and drugs. Here we have programs which are reintegrating young people to give them meaningful after-school sports, recreation facilities, and support to keep them away from negative things in society. The wonderful part about this program is that of the 4,000 young people who are recruited, more than 80% of them have special needs and come from low income. Yeah. Then there's the Community Chest of the Western Cape. The Western Cape provincial government is co-funding this program. And again, it works as after-school programs where young people are encouraged to stay at school and have reading clubs, teachers' assistants, education activators. About 3,200 young people are participating here. The last one is Cricket South Africa. Young people are working as club administrators, groundskeepers, tutors, security personnel, and school coaches. The colleagues at Cricket South Africa tell me that next year, when South Africa or in England tours South Africa, you will see young people in the National Youth Service with the NYDA logo and the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention. You will see them on TV working as volunteer programs. And that brings back lots of memories of, for example, when the NYDA assisted FIFA during the 2010 World Cup, right? In recruiting all of the volunteers. So this is really, all of these programs are really revitalizing the National Youth Service in South Africa. They are very visible, they're very deep into communities. And we really encourage honorable members to visit these programs in the various constituencies. In respect of integrated youth development, we are required to do impact evaluations, youth status outlook reports, the annual report on the integrated youth development strategy, and the status of the youth report. All of these are due towards the end of forthcoming quarters, but I want to give the committee reassurance that the progress report on integrated youth development and the status of the youth report will be ready by the end of this year. The team is working tirelessly to be able to finalize those reports. Now that the government reporting cycle has come to an end with the tabling of annual reports, we are consolidating that information. We are engaging our counterparts to make sure we have that report ready come the forthcoming quarters. Chair, let me pause there and hand over to the acting CFO to take the committee through the financial information.
Okay, thank you, CEO.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings, members. Looking at the financial overview for Q1, the budget for the financial year 2022-23 was approved at 752 million. Our first quarter revenue transferred from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities amounts to 381 million, which makes up the majority of the entity's revenue. The total spend for Q1 was 109 million, which is equivalent to 58% of the year-to-date budget and 15% on the annual budget. The areas that were underspending in Q1 are in ICT, human resources, risk, and the NYS PYEI program. We do, however, anticipate improvement during Q2 and Q3 when we will be transferring the Q2 and Q3 tranche for the implementation of the PYEI program. We also have insurance premiums as well as staff bursaries and the disbursement of the Solomon Mahlangu Scholarship Fund, which are normally done during the Q3 and Q4. Employee costs were sitting at 93% when we compare that to the year-to-date budget. Next slide, please. When we look at the donor funding expenditure, we were sitting at 11% of the annual budget and 43% of the year-to-date budget. Grants expenditure was at 7% against the year-to-date budget by the end of Q1. We have managed to disburse a total of 476 grants by end of June 2022. 402 of those grants were relating to accruals from the prior year, and 74 were relating to the new financial year. During Q1, we did not incur any COVID-19 related expenditure. There were also no fruitless nor irregular expenditure incurred. There were no financial misconduct cases to report during Q1. In terms of the Auditor General findings that were reported in the management report, we had about 16 audit findings, which we have obviously put through an audit action plan. 12 of those findings were resolved during the audit process. Thank you. Next slide, please. When we look at the revenue analysis for Q1, by the end of Q1, we have received about 52% of our budgeted revenue. And this was made up of the transfers from the department for the normal NYDA programs amounting to 181 million, as well as for the implementation of the PYAI program amounting to 200 million. We have also received additional income which we have earned on having a positive bank balance of 600. We also had a donor funded income of 6.9 million. By end of Q1, we had not received any project management fees. Thank you. Next slide, please. When we break down our expenditure by program, in program 1, which houses the CEO, the HR and legal, finance, communications and ICT, we had spent 45% of our year-to-date budget. Looking at the economic participation, which is the program that facilitates and provide business development activities, we had spent 40% of our year-to-date budget. NYS, or rather the jobs program, which facilitate the employment of opportunities by ensuring that the young people are capacitated with skills to enter the job market. We had spent 49% of the year-to-date budget. The National Youth Service was sitting at 40%. The Integrated Youth Development Program was sitting at 104%. Expenditure, the total expenditure on those major programs was totaling to 42%. Employee cost was sitting at 93% and the capital expenditure at 159%. Next slide, please. Expenditure for Q1 by nature. When we look at the administration and overheads, which it's actually the cost of running the NYDA operations, which also include the rental of offices, office utilities, security costs, and staff training and bursaries, we were sitting at 74%. Communications and IT was sitting at 28%. This line item also includes licenses and internet connectivity. Majority of the license costs are normally incurred during the third and the fourth quarter. Audits were sitting at 76%, risk and legal at 2%. In this line item, we have insurance premiums, where annual renewals normally take place during the third quarter. So we should expect improvement when we move on to the next quarters. Travel and workshops were sitting at 103% when we compare that to the year-to-date, which were normally the costs which were spent during the Youth Month activities, the outreach activities, but also the cost has been high given the high rising costs in the flights as well as the car hire due to the change in operation post the pandemic. When we look at the post project disbursements, capacity building and sponsorships, here we this line item normally includes our expanded voluntary programs, of your Solomon Mahlangu scholarship funds, the life skills and job preparedness, as well as sponsorships under the Tusano Fund program that we have. The spend was sitting at 73%. Donor funding was at 43%. We will look at the breakdown of that in the next few slides. On the grants and voucher disbursements, we were sitting at 18%. The total of goods and services was at 50%. When we look at the transfers payments, which is relating to the presidential youth employment intervention, the NYS program, we had spent 29%, which was on the PPE and the uniform for the NYS participants. The employee cost, as reported, was sitting at 93%, and the CAPEX was at 159. These, if maybe I may speak more on the CAPEX, the expenditure is actually on once-off activities. So when we did acquisitions of computer equipment and renovation of some of our offices and acquisition of furniture for those some of the new offices, these would have been once-off activities and would not likely happen in the next few quarters. So the expenditure would normally normalize towards the second and the third quarter. Next slide, please. When we look at our donor funding expenditure, we have broken down here in terms of our partners whom we implement some of our youth programs with. The ATDP SETA was sitting at 0%. These in this program, we're actually implementing intention program in partnership with ATDP SETA. However, they are responsible for the disbursement of stipends. So you would notice in the next coming quarter reports that there will be a correction in this line item. So NYDA would actually just be earning the project management fees. So there would not be any disbursements in terms of this line item. The NYS Flemish program, we had spent 5,000 on that program. On the Young Patriots program, which we are in partnership with DSEC, we had disbursed 288,000 for the stipends for the young people who are participating in that program. On the technical skills training, which is a program we run in partnership with Services SETA, we had disbursed the stipends to the participants in that program, totaling to 827,000. The community works program, which we run together with Department of Cooperative Governance, by end of Q1, we had spent 5.8 million. On the IDC, which is the voucher program, we had not spent anything on this line item as at the end of Q1. When we break down the infrastructure or ICT infrastructure, in total, we have about 1,704 ICT equipments, which are made up of laptops, desktops, servers, cell phones, tablets, and other computer equipment, including UPS, the TV screens, and port switches. The net book value of those assets are sitting at 17.5 million. All the assets can be accounted for, and then 203 laptops are over the 4-year period and are in the process of being decommissioned. Next slide, please. When we move on to the progress on the audit action plan, as indicated, we had a total of 16 findings which the AG would have raised. 12 of those would have been resolved. 4 are still in progress, 1 relating to HR management, 2 relating to ICT systems, 1 on the grants. Thank you, CEO. On this last slide, we are just outlining the management comments in terms of the progress for those findings. As indicated, the AFS findings were resolved during the audit, and the AFS were subsequently adjusted. The HR related vacancy rates finding, those critical vacant posts are in the process of being filled. Relating to ICT, we are ensuring that the ERP system is designed and configured in the manner that it will address those findings that the AG would have raised. When we look at the grants finding, we have reviewed our policy and try and ensure that we increase the efficiency in our internal processes. Thank you, CEO.
Thanks, CFO. Just if we move to the human resources part of this report, Chair, I know that one of the things that is critical to the committee is the filling of vacant posts in the organization. What we the vacancy rate at the end of the last financial year was 17%. By the end of the first quarter, it had dropped to 12.8%. We are projecting, based on the posts that we are filling at the moment, that by the end of the second quarter, it will be 9.9%, will be 3%. And that will then take it under the board's target of a vacancy rate, which is under 5% in the organization. Unfortunately, we have advertised the majority of the posts. It does take some time to go through the interview shortlisting process, as well as verification of qualifications, criminal checks, which we know are very important to be conducted in the public sector. But this is receiving high priority in the organization. In terms of staff movements, we had 4 resignations, 1 dismissal, 1 expiry of contract. When we do exit interviews, the resignations were career growth and better opportunities were listed by 3 employees. 1 indicated that the salary that we pay is too low for what they were being offered. 1 was dismissed due to misconduct, and 1 contract came to an end. In terms of our gender equity in staff, 61% are female, 39% are male. At executive and senior management level, 64% are female, 36% are male, and we employ 4 employees who are living with disability. Just in terms of the budget review and recommendations, I'm just going to speak to the ones that we are updating today. So today we're presenting the communication strategy to the committee. Ms. Mhlongo has also taken the committee through a report of our ICT equipment and infrastructure in the organization. In terms of best practice, or in terms of best practice of youth businesses in provinces, so there are youth funds in Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and in Mpumalanga. Happy to say that yesterday the board approved the Limpopo Youth Fund. So Limpopo was going to bring 5 million for the next 3 years towards the Limpopo Youth Fund, and we are consulting with the Free State and the Northern Cape. And then in terms of, we are continuing to work with departments and provinces on office spaces. Also happy to report to the committee that we used to pay rent in our branch in Gqeberha. We've now moved to a rent-free space in the city center. That's going to save us close to R1 million a year. Yeah. Then in terms of visibility, I know the committee also raised issues. We tried to show through the National Youth Service about how we are driving as much as possible to increase our visibility, but also to indicate that the Department of Employment and Labor, the NYDA, the Youth Employment Service, and the Harambee are all embarking on a national roadshow, which is focusing on driving awareness around SA youth, give young people line of sight towards earning and learning opportunities closest to where they live, and building stronger relationships with partners in the National Pathway Management Network. We've already done the Eastern Cape. We've done Free State, they're doing Limpopo soon, and there's the schedule for the rest of the provinces. These are the young people who attended in the Free State, and I commit to portfolio committee members, these young people were not mobilized. These are young people who just showed up, us having put posters out on social media. So the interest in the products and services was really there. During, we commemorated 46 years since June 16th, 1976. It's a collaboration of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Sports, Arts and Culture, and the Eastern Cape Provincial Government. Really, we just wanted to focus on the opportunities. And it was heartening that on the day, we had an opportunity section. There were so many people who wanted to exhibit their products and services. And the area was really just overflowing with young people who wanted to access different products and services of government and of the private sector. We did a number of community outreaches. We communicate through GCIS. We did at least 10 community radio stations. We placed supplements in the Sunday World and the Mail and Guardian. We did some webinars. We used some influencers. Every year we recognize, in honor of the generation of 1976, we honor young people who are doing amazing things in their communities today. So we run the Trailblazer campaign, and daily we run Youth Month competitions, allowing young people to win laptops, tablets, data, that kind of thing. We want to then speak about our communication strategy, and I think the board has taken seriously the committee's comments around our communications. So we went away with the strategy. I had a strategy session with the entire comms team, and I think we are excited to present what we think looks like a revitalized communication strategy to the committee. Yeah. So I think, one, it's important if we contextualize to say that we have made strides in improving governance and brand of the NYDA. Right? We see that this, by the positive of audit outcomes, by the fact that government itself has increased its investment in the NYDA, that there's more partners who want to collaborate with us. But despite these things, we still don't seem to be able to communicate our message effectively, right? And there seems to be misunderstandings in society about the role that the NYDA plays and its credibility as an organization to young people. I think overall, we must acknowledge also that the overall government brand has taken strain. And there's a real lack of trust by citizens in government services and programs. Yeah? Although we do have good quality programs, our customer service falls short of expected standards, which means even when you assist young people, they feel like when they pay, they receive a grant, they must fight to get that grant, you know. So even when they're assisted, they can't speak positively. There are agencies and departments who have created positive brands. You look at Stats South Africa, the CSIR, the South African Revenue Service. One other thing, our events are often seen as planned. Our offices are seen at typical government sites. We don't often generate content that's relevant to young people. We do have a very large social media following. I think it's one of the largest in government and civil society, and we can leverage that in a positive way. So I think it's also important that we contextualize that alone, the NYDA is not going to shift the needle on the economic structure of South Africa. That has to be a more government social compact that is achieved. Yeah? So we must be realistic about what we can do. We must do it well, and we must communicate that message effectively. And there's also risks in over-communicating. You need to be balanced in terms of effective messaging and also in terms of being seen to be trying too hard. Yeah? I think it's important to say, Chair, though, that we do face massive supply-demand issues. If you look at the grant pipeline, there's more than 7,000 young people who are in the pipeline wanting to apply. Even training, for example. There's a huge amount of training backlog that we're trying to clear. Yeah? And we're working as hard as possible. We're trying to find the right partners, but it isn't. If you look at National Youth Service, 50,000 placements, 170,000 applications. So unemployment is really biting in the country. Like I said, young people do respond positively to opportunities. And that necessitates the need for us to be a hub for opportunity. And of course, communication strategies need to link to your investment strategy. So what are we saying to young people? What are we saying to government? What are we saying to the media? Yeah? Our message to young people is that we are an organization that offers relatable information. Yeah, it's a place for young people to start. If you don't know where to start in life, you start with the NYDA, and we acknowledge that starting in itself is a hard thing to do. Right. So we work transparently to connect young people to opportunities, and we'll help young people to start, whether it be in business, service, or starting to work towards a job. What's our message to government and partners is that we are a well-governed and innovative youth development organization that operates in a transparent manner. We are the go-to people for information on youth development projects, and our core business with these stakeholders is that they can trust us. We have a reputable brand in youth development. What's our message to the media? We should be the national thought leaders on youth development. We were an organization that cares holistically for the development of young people. We have an alliance with the mass media as a whole because it forms a great deal in reaching our constituency. And we must have a viewpoint on matters of national interest, particularly those that affect young people. We shouldn't sit in our corner of jobs and grants and youth service. We should speak out on daily societal issues that affect young people. Yeah? So we've attached 7 pillars to our communication strategy. 1 is creating content which is aligned to the strategy. 2 is being a digitally focused organization, including data analytics. 3 is having high levels of customer service. 4 is being thought leaders on youth development. 5 is having modern day events management. 6 is having more streamlined internal communications. And 7 is not having offices, but having more of a hub kind of strategy. Yeah. Now around content, what are we saying? I think that the message sometimes to young people is to be an entrepreneur, you need to be like Elon Musk, and that's the wrong message we send to young people, or that society sends to young people. The message you need to say to young people is that starting out is difficult, but you don't necessarily need to be a great tech entrepreneur. You can start out by being like Thabo, who's your next door neighbor and started a salon. Yeah? So what we want to really unpack, people identify with human stories. Yeah, we want to understand the journey that a young entrepreneur has come from, that you don't need connections to be successful, that you don't need connections to access a product of the NYDA, and that the message to young people, they must feel that it's not impossible. You just have to start. Also, we think that when we share these stories only on social media or only through GCIS, often we're just talking to ourselves, right? We have to share these stories more and more through mainstream media, because that, yes, media has shifted away from print to digital, but it's still very relevant. I mean, you look at National Youth Service. We run the largest National Youth Service program on this continent. I think it's one of the largest ones in the world, right? But no one talks about it. And we have to get it more into the mainstream media so we get more people talking about it, and more young people, importantly, to feel patriotic about their country, to feel like they're contributing towards social cohesion and nation building. On thought leadership, we've got so many young people who are accessing our products and services. So we generate quality research, monitoring data, policy documents. Yeah, we should publish these so that we put them forward for debate. We should put together webinars where we bring together content, sector experts, opinion pieces, so we are the leaders in the conversation on youth development. Here, there are opportunities to partner with academia, civil society, public policy, with credible professional forums like the Black Business Council, the Black Management Forum. And we need to build towards the release of the Integrated Youth Development Progress Report and the Status of the Youth Report. The way the media and everyone else waits for the quarterly labor force survey, they need to wait for NYDA to release a report. Yeah? Young people now are digital, right? And part of our strategy is also moving away from being a paper-based organization to being a digital organization. And this talks about the NYDA portal, which is already there. It talks about sayouth.mobi, because really young people are on their phones and on their tablets, and it's important that we give them digital access. The board is very clear that they don't want NYDA offices to look like Home Affairs offices. Yeah, they need to be attractive to young people, right? So they should be fresher, and they should be hubs where young people are attracted to, even if they must just come and hang out there and do their CVs in the internet cafes and things like that. It doesn't mean they always need a product or a service to come to the NYDA office. So we do have funding from the Jobs Fund to upgrade our impact gaining site. And we're going to use this as a template to create more of a kind of a hub and replicate that over the board's term over.
When we are talking about that, CEO, upgrading of your offices, we are going to benchmark with which office? I think when we're doing oversight visit to, I think is it the Northwest one that has got beautiful offices that are attractive to young people. When you enter, you can see that it's the environment and the entrance there, even inside the setup. I think that one is desirable. So you must tell us what is your ideal offices.
We will present the template for what it looks like to the committee in the next session. Thanks, Chair. We'll certainly do that. Yeah. Then I think in terms of Youth Month and Youth Day, what we really see is that rallies are not that much relevant. Even when you have a rally, young people don't seem to, it's a struggle to mobilize them to come to the event. And we think the Youth Month needs to move away from being a rally towards being more like an opportunities kind of expo. Young people really are attracted to more than anything opportunity. And I think this requires a great deal of political will from the presidency, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, who Youth Day is delegated to, and the province which is delegated. Because often we'll come with innovative ideas, we'll say, let's do Youth Day differently this year. And then we'll go to a province and the province will say, we want a rally. So we also want to try and move the thinking away towards more modern day events. Generally, we feel like there should be a less is more approach to events. We set out key dates in the year. We plan them well in advance. There's proper focus on mobilization, media invitations, so that we come across as a professional organization. Internal communications internal comms it speaks to your human resources. So it should focus on a short and sharp monthly note. Myself and the executive chairperson, we do staff dialogues. We should include the entirety of the board in those staff dialogues. There should be a positive working environment, wellness programs with human resources. And we also think that our staff should dress more professionally. Yes, dress codes have changed since the 1990s and the early 2000s, but it is important when a young person walks in that they see a reflection of themselves in the NYD employee. Customer service. I know, Chair, you've touched a lot on customer service during the course of this presentation. So we've put together a framework to say that for every application in the organization, this is the service standards that must be achieved in terms of service uptime, response rates to queries on social media, being placed in a training program after you've applied, the satisfaction that you have, the amount of time it takes to conclude your grant application, your voucher application, how much time it takes to be placed in your youth service opportunity after you've applied, the amount of time you must pay stipends on time, as well as service provider pay. So we will hold ourselves to account on this customer service framework. We will come to the committee and present. Even if we don't meet the targets, we will tell the committee that we are not meeting the targets. Thanks, Chair.
But also the other one that I forgot, CEO, it's how then do you assist them in accessing funds in NEF, IDC, and small business. I think that the other things, some young people have been raising this, young entrepreneurs have been raising this with me. So I remember it today that I think that's the board must also focus on that, on how do they, yes, it's important.
Noted, Chairperson. We'll also present that in the next meeting about how the referral system between ourselves and other government institutions, as well as the private sector, is working and what can be improved in that regard. Chair, if it's okay with you, can I then hand over to the board members? I think we'll start with the non-executive members of the board. So Ms. Mulaisi, just to take members through their work in the agency since they've been appointed. Yeah.
No, let's finish with your report first, so that at least
We're done, Chair. From the management side.
So that when your time come at 12:30, at least you are released. Are they honorable?
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
Honorable
it's fine.
members.
Thanks.
Honorable members, here's the presentation from the CEO and the chairperson. Can I get hands for clarity seeking question? Yo, that means I'm gonna, I don't know, I'm gonna work with my iPad. I don't know for how long, because now IT is saying my laptop has got a serious problem. They'll have to take it to Apple iStore, so that they can be able to fix the screen and everything. Can I get hands from honorable members? Oh, in representative Akul, PT Masiko is attending PAP now. Honorable Bonnie, Masiko is here, her hand is up. Ngobo, Babu Masiko, Babu Ngobo. Yeah. I only see 2 hands. Masondo, let me start with Honorable Masondo and Honorable Ngobo and Masiko. Masondo.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members, and and the NYDA and the honorable minister. I'm just having few questions, Chair, here. Why were separated documents submitted reflecting the work of the board? How does the board deliberate on quarterly reports before submission to the committee? What processes are followed for the board to endorse formal documents for consideration? Was the Q1 report approved by the board prior to submission to the committee for consideration? What were the key accomplishments and challenges since the board has come into office? What specifically were the key contributions for Q1 of 2022-2023? What were the key issues identified within the 6 board committees during Q1 of 2022-2023? The last one, how many specialists have been appointed in the office of the chairperson and deputy chairperson's office, and at what cost? Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, I'm finished.
Ngobo and Masiko.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members and officials from the NYDA. Chairperson, I just have 2 questions. The first one is on the job placement of young people by the NYDA. I understand that this target in this quarter has not been met by the NYDA due to challenges and because young people were applying for jobs that are not in demand in the economy. So I just want to understand from the NYDA, what are these jobs that young people are applying for? And also, the NYDA has indicated that they are exploring other partnerships. So I just want to know what are those partnerships that are being employed by the agency. The second question is on the community works program. There are challenges that the NYDA has indicated is grappling with under this program. So I just want to understand what were these challenges and what were the outcomes of the stakeholder consultation that the NYDA held with the stakeholders, including COGTA and community workers. Thanks. I'm done, Chairperson. Thanks.
Honorable Chair, if I may just come in, because I see that maybe I'm experiencing challenges, and let me firstly greet the Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, members of the NYDA board and the entire team from NYDA. Colleagues, good morning. Chair, I must apologize myself. I'm attending the Pan-African Women's Parliament, the conference on women's rights. So there might be a disturbance here and there on the sound that is not really nice, that will be coming from my side. Let me, Chair, firstly welcome the reports that we have received from the NYDA, as well as the political input from the chairperson of the NYDA. If I may, firstly, honorable members and the board, go back to the words of the chairperson when she was doing her introductory remarks, that is the chairperson of the portfolio committee, and as well as the questions that honorable member Masondo has asked around the functionality of the board itself. And it just raise a word of caution, Chairperson Asanda and your entire team, the collective that you are leading, and say that we as a portfolio committee, when we were conducting interviews for the National Youth Development Agency, we saw in you as a collective young people who, you know, have leadership qualities that will take this organization from where it was to greater heights. The chairperson had said that we don't want to compare this board to the previous board, but the expectation is that in you, we have a team of young people that will lead this organization in such a way that having taken the baton from the previous board, it will lead it to greater heights. We will expect improvements, we will expect new innovations, and we will expect this board to create a legacy that is like none other. So we will time and again raise it and bring it to you as a team and a collective. If as a portfolio committee, we pick up some red flags, some worrying factors that will hinder the work that you do and the responsibilities and duties that you have to the young people of South Africa. As a portfolio committee, we've currently been experiencing some challenges with other organizations that are reporting to us. And these challenges are not much, but they are centered around the unity of the structure that is supposed to be leading the organization. It is a concern to us when we are expecting to receive a report on the work of the board. This board was appointed towards the last or the third quarter of the last previous financial year, the 1st of December, if I'm not mistaken. So in a less than a month's time, you would have completed 1 year in office. So it is expected that we would request a report of the board, and we do understand that as a board, as a new board for that matter, you had to familiarize yourselves with functions and operations of the NYDA. So we need to also ascertain then as a portfolio committee, what have been your key accomplishments and your challenges. Having requested that a chairperson of the board and your team, we don't expect to receive different reports that are really varying in terms of reporting areas. We expect to receive one report from the board that will indicate to us and reflect the work of each individual board member, but as part of a collective. We don't expect to receive a report that will report probably on one board member reporting for 1 quarter, but also receive another report from another board member that will account for the entire term in office, which is almost a year from now. It tells us if we're receiving different, or varied account of the work that you are doing as individual board members, that there is a problem in terms of you as a board working in unison. It means that there is a lack of collaborative work, not only within the office of the chairpersonship, but the board as a whole. It therefore brings to question, how the board has considered the Q1 report, if at all, before submitting it to the committee. Do you have a session where you sit as a board and report and consider reports? That is the question that Honorable Masondo had asked. And for me, I'm elaborating because it speaks volume in terms of the reporting that we are receiving. So I think it's important for us to get a report on your reporting lines as a board, and in line, in fact, because what is important for us is that we welcome the work that the board members individually and collectively are doing. We can see that you are on the ground to the reports that you've sent to us. We see that you're attending to events. You are attending to stakeholder engagements. You are attending to programs of development of policies, strategies and programs. There are site visits that you are conducting, conferences and everything else in terms of yourselves being on the ground. What, however, it becomes important is the linkages between the work that you are doing to the actual targets and indicators of the National Youth Development Agency. We need to get what is the synergy between the work that you are doing, conferences that you are attending, site visits and everything else. What is that synergy? Is it in line with the programs of the National Youth Development Agencies and its associated indicators and targets? We need to find that linkage, chairperson and board members. So, as much as you are out there, but is it responding to the work of the National Youth Development Agency? So Honorable Masondo had requested to know why is it that the work that you're doing being reported on, but receiving of separate documents. How did we get to that point? The next question that one would like to speak to is around the financial and performance report management. We do, as much as the ARC has not reported, but the report that we received from the Audit and Risk Committee indicated that sufficient oversight was not applied over the preparation of the financial and performance reports, as evidenced by a number of adjustments having to be made as per the AG management letter. Further, the report of the Audit and Risk Committee recommended that management was urged to ensure the quality review of financial information and to prepare regular, accurate, and complete financial and performance report that are supported and evidenced by reliable information. Now, we need to see that there is a certain level of response to what has been picked up by the Audit and Risk Committee. We need to see that you will be able to ensure that your spending improves firstly in the next quarter. And how is it then, or why in fact was sufficient oversight not applied over the presentation of the financial and performance reports? So we see that there is a certain level of underspending in the first quarter, but we must know how is it that you will ensure that your spending will improve in the next quarters, because we don't want to get to the fourth quarter and realize that the financial spending has not even improved or picked up, leading to an under expenditure of which you cannot account to young people that you are sending money back. And that as a portfolio committee, we wouldn't like for it to happen over our watch. Now, the grants system, the chairperson has covered me on that. We do realize that in terms of the number of youth and youth-owned enterprises supported with financial interventions, you've just missed, I think, the target by 30. It hasn't been met, but the reason that is given is that there has been delays in payments, as some of the submissions did not meet the requirements as expected. So what are these requirements that you are referring to there that were not met? And how can this be averted in future? Because you have young people waiting in anticipation to be granted, the financial muscles to, continue with their entrepreneurship project. We've had scores of young people whose grants have been approved, but then they never really receive them because of, some nitty-gritties. The I's are not dotted and the T's are not crossed. So how do we avert this and ensure that there is on-time payment of the promised grants to the people? Because the longer, or the young people, the longer we drag, the process itself, the more young people will lose hope in the system that you are having in terms of grant disbursements. We would also like to know what changes you are proposing to the grant policies in terms of the changes that you've introduced to increase efficiency in the internal processes. It's important for us to get that. In terms of jobs placement, I'm happy as the question raised by Honorable Member Umapoloba Ungcobo. Lastly, Honorable Chairperson, my question is around the human resources report that we have received, and we can pick up that there are 91 vacant posts which are currently being recruited for. One would like to get a progress update as to what are these 91 vacant posts, and where are we in terms of the process? I think, Honorable Chairperson, for now, one is happy with the questions that I've asked. and I might come back for a second round if permitted. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. Over to you, NYDA. CEO and Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Let me maybe respond to the management level question. Chair and the members will respond to other things. I think in terms of key achievements and issues that the chairperson would have outlined, since their appointment, what their initial commitment was and what they have achieved during that period. So you'll speak about the fact that we've committed to the National Youth Service Program, we've delivered on that commitment, the Integrated Youth Development Strategy, the partnership with the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, deepening our relationship with the Department of Cooperative Governance in respect of the Community Works Program. So I think we've got to the point where the initial commitments, we have at least achieved those. I think for us, and I'm sure the presidency will speak more about this when they reflect, we are confident that our program in the youth employment intervention is working because we are seeing the reflections in the quarterly labor force survey. We do have slight concerns in that the funding for our program comes to an end in 2024. And of course, as the Minister of Finance would have indicated in the medium-term budget policy statement, there are many trade-offs that need to be made. There are many state-owned enterprises who need bailouts and support, and the issues with ESCOM and Transnet and that kind of thing. So for now, our goal over the next couple of months is securing our program at least over the medium-term expenditure. And of course, with that, crowding in the right kind of private sector investment so that we are able to scale up these initiatives for young people. Where we are, the initiatives are working. What we need to do is absorb more young people and of course, also fix the structural issues in the economy so that young people are able to transition better into more sustainable opportunities even outside of government. Honorable Ngobo asked about the Community Works Program. So, CWP is a good program. It employs at a public employment level 250,000 people. I think about 40% are youth. The majority are women. But CWP has faced a number of institutional challenges. Right? There's lots of ghost workers on the program. It's a very manual-based timesheet system. There's a lot of interference from local government, particularly councillors and things like that. There's lots of patronage inside the program. So when COFTA brought us on board, it was a lot about fixing the institutional issues associated with CWP. Yeah? So I actually remember a conversation I had with Minister Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma when we were contracting the participants. And every year, COFTA recontracts the participants with CWP. And you've got to print out all of the contracts. Now you can imagine it's not 10 contracts. In one province, it's 27,000 people's contracts which must be printed out. And I said to the minister, surely, Minister, there's a better way of doing this. Surely we can't be printing in 2022 contracts out for participants. And then I thought the contracts were 1 page each. It turns out there were 8 pages. So we ended up printing close to 200,000 pages. So it's institutional things like that, which really we're trying to work with COFTA in fixing them up, because the less time you spend on administration and timesheets and contracts and all of that, the more time you have to focus on the quality of the program and the quality of what young people are doing and the skills that they get. So those are some of the institutional challenges, but I think there's some really exciting ideas that we're putting in place. We're happy that our relationship with COFTA is deepening also. And the biggest linkage I see is between Community Works and National Youth Service, right? And making those really 2 impactful programs in the country for young people. Around job placements, I don't think there's any job that young people don't apply for. The youth service pays a stipend of about 2,000 rand a month for 16 hours a week, and yeah, there was 170,000 applications. The presidency will tell you that for the teachers' assistants post, you know, for 300,000 posts, there's 1.5 million young people who've applied, you know. So I think it's a myth that young people don't want to work in this country. Young people apply for all kinds of opportunities, you know. The saddest thing is to see graduates who are forced to take jobs in retail or services, for example, you know, which is not suited to their qualifications. But unfortunately, it is the nature of the economy where we are now, and we do need to fix those structural things. Like I said in our presentation, I think we are very focused on sectors which are growing. So I mentioned insurance, tourism is another one. Tourism is bouncing back after COVID. There's an exciting program we're working with the public-private growth initiative around tourism. So I think those are the two sectors we'll be targeting for the remainder of the financial.
CEO,
yeah.
with the new energy thing for ESCOM that have been signed, that they are busy with, how is it going to benefit them? Because what we want to see young people benefiting them.
Yes, Chair, 100% agree. Yeah, I mean, there's one power plant that's now being decommissioned. I think it's Komati. Yeah, where we're working with the World Bank and ESCOM to say, as that power plant transitions from being a coal-fired power plant towards being a renewable energy, how do we protect the jobs, not only the primary jobs of those people who are employed by the coal-fired power station, but also the secondary jobs, the informal traders, the food vendors, the catering company, the uniform manufacturers. How do you protect all of those jobs in a sustainable way, but particularly youth? So youth is front and center of our mind around everything. And we'll make sure that we keep pushing the fight around every project that government does, that there is active youth participation. If I move to Honorable Masiko's questions, I think those are well noted. In respect of financial statements and performance reports, so the AG did pick up the fact that our financial statements in particular, I think there were about 12 errors, and I said to the committee, I personally was not satisfied with that. We did have a transition. The former CFO left at the end of January. We brought a new CFO in May. And you know, the time there was acting CFO in the period, and I think that adjustment, it happened right around the time of financial statements, you know. Unfortunately, during May, my little one also got very sick, was in the hospital, and I couldn't pay as much attention to the financial statements as what I should have. We were lucky in the way that we didn't lose our clean audit, right? So all of the errors that the AG picked up were not material enough for us to lose our clean audit, so that was good. So what we are doing is we're asking internal audit every quarter to look at our financials again, make sure that those errors that were picked up by the AG are not reoccurring into the future. In respect of HR posts, I think the posts are all between management to lower levels. So for example, we've got 13 vacant business development advisors who are able to, whose posts need to be filled in. So all of those posts are in progress, but if the committee would want, or actually we will in any event, we'll submit a list of all critical vacancies and the status in which they are in terms of being filled. But we are fairly confident that by the time we get to the third quarter, which is now in December, the vacancy rate will be under 5%. Yeah. I think Honorable Masiko also asked an important question about, you know, young people complete the process of grant application, they're ready to be approved and paid, they want to start their business, and then there's delays, you know, and I recognize that, I fully do. You know, we've put together technical support to the branches and the centers to stop this from occurring. Sometimes you'll find things like, so it is technical. Sometimes you'll find a person applied, you know, before they turn 35. Now they've turned 35 already. What does that mean in terms of the NYT Act? You also find situations where quotations are older than 3 months or whatever. But let me say, I see the fault not being on the side of young people, but being on the side of us as NYT. And therefore, we put in place that institutional mechanism to say, if you submit a file to head office and your file is not compliant, and more than 10% of your files from a district are not compliant, that week you will get a first written warning. You do it again, you'll get a final written warning. And if you do it for a third time in a row, we will make sure that we take you through a disciplinary process. We're doing it at district level and we're doing it at provincial level so that there's accountability. Because I fully agree with the committee. It's completely unfair to pass that burden to young people. Chair, I think I've responded at management level. Perhaps I'll give over to the chair on the more strategic.
During a special council meeting, after being accused of crossing the line between party and council.
Thank you very much, CEO. Anything from the chairperson?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. I would perhaps just want to respond to some of the questions and comments that the honorable members made. Honorable Chair, allow me maybe just to first start with the concerns or the remarks that were made regarding the assistance that honorable members would have made to, or the request rather for assistance as it relates to their constituencies. And I think just perhaps to take the meeting through, that we had indeed received such a request, and that my office through the specialist, the parliamentary liaison office or officer, would have attempted to reach out to the honorable member from July, if I'm not mistaken, July this year. And we had proposed dates based on the availability of honorable member. And we were just waiting for feedback in that regard. But just to also update the members that internally we had also begun the planning process through my office as well as the National Youth Service, where we wanted to embark on a program that would be fit to the needs of that particular constituency. And indeed, honorable members, I can attest that the honorable member would have provided context as it relates to some of the socioeconomic challenges confronting the youth in that identified area, and some of which would have been issues around poverty and unemployment, limited access to internet, lack of recreational spaces, as well as young people involved in criminal activities. But, you know, unfortunately, we had not been able to secure a date with the honorable member, despite numerous attempts. However, we have taken note of the comments and will ensure that we are able to then follow up in that regard, so that the program is able to take place as envisioned. And then just to respond to the two questions, the first one was from Honorable Masondo. Her question was around the specialists that were appointed in the EDO. And just to respond there, honorable members, that currently I have one specialist, which is the Parliamentary Liaison Officer, Ms. Micheline Mungai. Just to reflect some of her qualifications, she's currently pursuing her master's in military studies at the University of Stellenbosch. She has her honors in developmental studies at the University of the Western Cape, as well as a second honors in international relations at WITS, and currently holds a BA in politics and international relations at WITS. Then the questions or the comments made by both Honorable Masondo as well as Honorable Masiko, as it relates to the submission, or the separate submission of documents to the portfolio committee, as well as the reporting and lack of unison that the honorable members have identified. I wish to just bring it before the committee that following our previous submission, as well as our presentation before the portfolio committee, the board would have collectively agreed to do better, and that we would be more stringent and thorough in reviewing our presentations prior or before they get submitted to the portfolio committee. Now, we would have sat as the board and resolved to consolidate all our reports so that there is uniformity, and we would have done this process with the assistance from the Secretariat. We were notified after this, we had done this process, that the deputy chairperson had submitted her report outside what we had collectively resolved as a way forward and outside of the consolidated presentation. We then corrected that and resubmitted to the portfolio committee. Hence, you would then see the consolidated reports that was presented before the portfolio committee. And we just wish to apologize for this confusion that perhaps could have been created by the many submissions, and that we'll ensure that we will rectify this, and that going forward, such won't happen in the future. Those were just the questions or comments that I would have wanted to respond to, Honorable Chair. I think perhaps if there are other comments that the board members would want to make through you, Chair, I would ask that they do so. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, for your response. Let's hear other commissioners, board members. Yeah, Mr. Ndlela, now the platform is yours. Your chairperson must be accountable to you, Mr. Ndlela, for the chairperson for ARC. So that's why I refuse that you present the report. There must not be confusion here. Mr. Ndlela, you want to say something?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. I don't know if you could hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Well, good afternoon, as it were, or good morning. Just good morning. Feels like an afternoon. To you, Chair, honorable members, my colleagues, and I saw the presidency as well here, who seem to be here, and thank you very much, Chair, for allowing us the opportunity to finally say something. And yes, Chair, we didn't think there would be an issue, but we take your wise counsel on the need for the ARC Chair to avail herself, and we will pass on the message. But I think, Chair, for me, the
Take it. Mr. Ndlela. Network
more than
problem.
anyone can appreciate. Oh, Chair, are you not able to hear me?
I didn't hear anything. Yeah.
Okay, well, can I then rather, Chair, request that maybe when the BIP, the last board member to speak, maybe I would have moved to a better place.
Okay, no, it's fine. It's okay. Avela, Mr. Avela, you have anything to say?
No, Chair, I'm covered. Although, Chair, I'm covered for now. I'll come in when it's time for me to report. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Pile, you can. I see Proctor. Proctor, do you want to say something?
Good day, Chair. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to speak. I would love to add this point. I'll wait till we do our feedback and our submissions, and then I'll give my feedback then. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lebohan, do you have something to say?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just to take the point made by Honorable Masiko in terms of better coordination of reports in future. You'll see when we do the presentation, I think we'd gone beyond the bounds of what was requested by the portfolio committee in terms of the period for reporting. So I think I definitely take that into consideration. You'll see in my reports, I'm one of the board members that did go beyond the reporting period. It was also informed by the fact that what the CEO would cover in today's session, it would also be good to tie it back to the work that we had done as board members. But I do take the issue into consideration. Definitely more work must be done in terms of coordinating our effort much better. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Lebhan. Ms. Pillay.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, and morning to all the other members. I'm covered for now. I think I'll come in once our presentations are done at the end.
Sorry, Pile. Pile, you're done. I
Yes,
don't know
Chair, I was
whether
saying that.
I hear something else. I don't know, you're in another meeting or what.
No, I'm just working with multiple people at home. So yeah, I was saying that I'm covered for now, but I'll come in once our presentations are done at the end.
Okay, thank you very much. Your presentations are done. Ubani ngingamkhombi. Your deputy chair, angiboni lana. Is your deputy chair in?
Yes, Chair, I am in the meeting. No, I'm here with my name, Chair.
Oh, okay, okay, deputy chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think there was a question around the specialists in the office. I'm just going to request that I deal with that because it's part of the report, but also just want to sincerely apologize to the committee for the confusion. I would have been the person who would have submitted a separate report. But Chair, I can confirm that I have raised the matter formally with the board. And I do hope that we can be able to give a comprehensive report around what could have potentially transpired. But once again, I do apologize for the inconvenience it would have caused. And of course, at your permission, allow me at the time of presenting to flight my presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I can now, we're done with NYDA. Can I give the presidential delegation to make a presentation? I will expect the department to round up at the end, after the presentation of the, to comment on the presentation of the NYDA and the presidential group that is here. Over to you.
Chair, my hand is up. Sorry,
Mr.
Chair, I don't know whether I missed it, but the understanding is that one report is outstanding from the NYDA. Yes.
Report.
Ile yama ukulokhuzana account kwama-board members ukuthi enzani. The CEO was about to do it, Chair, and you indicated that let us deal with his report first before we get into that report from the NYDA board members.
Okay, maybe let me allow, sorry. Let me allow the C, who is going to present it? The CEO. CEO, are you the one who's going to present?
No, each board member will present, Chair.
Okay, because I don't want us to take time for the presidential group to make a presentation. I wanted them to present first and then go back to NYDA. Is that fair?
That's still fine, Chair. I think that's still fine.
Okay. Okay. So we'll take it at the last, to be number last, that report. Okay, you can come in.
Almost afternoon. Good morning, Honorable Chair Ndaba. Thank you so much for inviting us. I hope I am clear. Am I clear, Honorable
Yes,
Chair?
you are clear.
Wonderful.
Clear. Thank you very much. Thank you for honoring our invitation also.
Thanks, Honorable Ndaba. My name is Rudy Dix. I'm the head of the Project Management Office in the Private Office of the President. The team, I'm joined here with the team, and I'll introduce him quite shortly. The Project Management Office, as you know, Honorable Ndaba, is in, does a lot of the coordinating role in supporting many of the programs and the interventions of the President, in particularly the work on the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, which the team will present. The presidential employment stimulus that you may be familiar with also, Honorable Ndaba, particularly the one that is the DBE program, the huge successful program. We also coordinate and work with a whole set of different teams across. And then the third area primarily is the Operation Vulindlela, the structural reform program, Honorable Ndaba. But today, as you've requested us, is to focus on the presidential youth employment intervention. I'm joined here with the team. And before I introduce the team, Honorable Ndaba, is just to emphasize that the presidential youth employment intervention has been the flagship youth intervention program that the president, of course, had announced 2 years ago. We were able to secure funding a few years ago, and the team will express how that funding has come about. And more importantly, it is a coordinated intervention. And I think I want to just emphasize that we've been able to develop quite strong partnerships with implementing departments and agencies within government and outside in government to support the presidential youth employment intervention. And that's been the cornerstone of the work that we've been doing, Honorable Chair, in developing partnerships. Because at the end of the day, the presidency is not an implementing department. The presidency is in the center of government, and what we've done is played our role and function of coordinating programs of this kind of nature that is so cross-cutting, that is not the responsibility of only one department or one entity, but it's the functions of different departments and entities to be able to ensure the success of the presidential youth employment intervention. So I want to just emphasize that our role here is merely the coordination and providing the emphasis and the focus to drive the program. I must also just express again my appreciation to the minister, of course, here, and I didn't do the proper protocols, who has been important in supporting the presidential youth employment intervention. And of course, that support has cascaded to the National Youth Development Agency, with the CEO and the board playing active role in endorsing the presidential youth employment intervention. And also, as the CEO has elucidated, the role of the NYDA in the implementation of the National Youth Service that is supported under the PYE. So I think it's just, we're very excited. We're really happy that you've called, and we're honored to present to you an update of where we're at. I'm joined by the lead of the program, Ms. Lerato Shai, and she will introduce herself now. We've also represented by the different departments who are responsible for this. Ms. Carmel Marok, who works for the Department of Employment and Labor, and will present the specific aspects related to the Department of Employment and Labor in supporting the PYEI. We also have Ms.
Those ones have a lot to account today.
Don't put her under the spot, because she can't account for those issues that you want to raise, Chairperson. And then, of course, I'm sure you're going to also ask this one. They may also have a lot to account. Ms. Sybil Chabani, who is also at the Department of Higher Education and Training. And
yeah, those ones also.
And she will be providing the specific aspects related to the skills component of the presidential youth employment intervention. Honorable Chair Ndaba, without further ado, let me hand over to Lerato, who will lead the presentation, and then we have asked that the separate departments and entities responsible for the components to present it. So it's one presentation, but individuals will come in at times to specifically reflect on their areas of work. It's also part of the work that we do, where sometimes when you coordinate those programs, people think it's just the presidency running it, but in actual fact, the model that we have is for ownership to be taken by the departments in driving the program, and that's quite critical, because if they don't own it, then it doesn't succeed and we don't get it across the line. But thank you, Honorable Chair, for allowing me that introduction, and let me hand over to Lerato Shah.
The one of higher education in terms of skills development for young people in TVET colleges, that report, that's what we need to hear.
You'll ask Ms. Sybil Chabani.
Yeah, I'm saying that so that I prepare. That is the expectation. part of the expectation. No, it's fine.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Let me hand over to Lerato Shai, who is the head of the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention and works with me in the Project Management Office of the Presidency.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Exactly 12 o'clock, so good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members. Very, very lovely to be here with all of you. It's our first time presenting to the Portfolio Committee. We are very excited to get your inputs and some guidance and also give you a sense of where we're at.
You've been here since morning, ne?
Since morning, yes, but only now am I coming in to present. I'm just going to share the presentation.
No, it's fine. All what we want is for you to get the insights of what are the expectations by the Portfolio Committee.
Perfect. That's excellent. So I'm going to take you through the overview of the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention. I'm sure many colleagues are aware, so it will really be somewhat of a reminder, but we have also tried to give a good sense of how are we coordinating, because I heard some of these questions come up from yourself, Chairperson, earlier on, so we just also wanted to give you that clarity. So I'll Rudy's already spoken to a lot of this, so I'm not going to spend too much time on this one, but only to say that there are 3 big interventions that are being coordinated out of the Project Management Office in the Presidency to ensure inclusive growth and employment creation. The Presidential Employment Stimulus you're all aware of, it actually has come after the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, which preceded it and is obviously targeted at addressing youth employment. But there is now a strategic partnership between the two, where the funding for the Youth Employment Intervention has come out of phase 2 of the stimulus. And as you're aware, a lot of the young people that are getting opportunity through the employment stimulus are in fact young people, with a big program being the schools program. Then we also have Operation Vulindlela, which is focusing on the structural economic reforms. It is a partnership between ourselves and the Presidency, as well as National Treasury. So these are the 3 key interventions, and just to locate the PYI within this context. So what are we trying to achieve with the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention? The key thing is that too many young people in the country, as you're all aware, are not transitioning from learning to earning, which is at the heart of the intervention. To achieve this, we have designed 4 core components, of which the National Pathway Management Network is what we like to call the spine of the intervention. So it holds everything together. It is targeted at stimulating and aggregating demand and opportunities for young people, addressing the barriers that they face to access those opportunities, and then critically linking them through various platforms that exist, both within and outside of government, to those opportunities. We then have a demand-led skilling component that is focused specifically on that. How do we create a skilling ecosystem that is responsive and agile and is able to directly provide the skills that are required to facilitate growth and to unlock and make available the opportunities in the economy. We have a local ecosystem enablement component, and this is specifically around how do we create a more enabling local environment for young people to be able to sustainably access opportunities to be an enterprise as well as self-employment. It is located more at an ecosystem level as opposed to direct support, which is really the focus of the work of the NYDA and Department of Small Business Development. But what we have done is pull all those players into a coordinating committee. Revitalize National Youth Service, we're not going to spend any time on in this presentation because you've just gotten a presentation from the CEO, Wasim, but it's obviously one of the core components as well. These components are being delivered across 5 priority growth areas that we have identified as having latent demands that, if unlocked, would create opportunities for young people at scale. So we are across this area linking young people to those opportunities, driving systems change, which is also part of the location of this intervention within the President's office, is to facilitate the role as a center of government department to coordinate and then create those opportunities. Rudy has also spoken to this, so I am actually not going to spend too much time on it, but we have taken a really strong partnership approach, not just within government, and really trying to bring to life President's commitment to have a joined up government. But we are playing very much a strategic oversight and directive role and supporting, especially in these initial stages where we are wanting to institutionalize these programs, providing extensive support and crowding in support from other partners to our lead departments as well. We have convened a coordinating forum of all the international and local donors, foundations, implementing partners to ensure that not only that their work is in line with government priorities, but also that there's fewer duplication around the work that they're doing in the country. So this is the diagram I was referring to in terms of giving you a sense of how have we organized ourselves to coordinate. So firstly, of course, there's ourselves in the project management office in the presidency. We then have a strategy group that brings in the president's advisor that's responsible for this area, of course, the lead department, as well as core implementing partners. So really, it's more of a reference group around what do we need to be thinking about, what strategic priorities need to be taking front and center and being driven by all the different players that are part of this ecosystem. And then I've just spoken to the development partner coordination, where we've brought together their international and local funders and implementers and foundations, and they are cutting across all the different areas of the PYI. What has been great is also being able to supplement and co-fund different areas of this work by leveraging funding from this particular group. We are currently sitting at just under 50 million that's been secured and is supporting different elements across this PYI ecosystem. Then for each of the different 4 components, we have a coordinating structure. There is a National Pathway Management Network Coordinating Committee that's anchored in a memorandum of agreement between 8 government departments that have key mandates around youth and employment, as well as the NYDA as the signatory to that agreement as well. That is further divided into, there is then a technical committee that is really focused on building technical solutions to sharing opportunities and starting to link the different systems and platforms into an interoperable solution that allows us for the first time to really be able to track young people as they navigate the labor market. So currently we don't have a good sense of when a young person finishes an EPWP program, what do they do next? Do they then do an internship with a CETA and then go on to a youth service and then finally enter into something sustainable in the private sector, or do they start their own business accessing funding from NYDA, etc.? So the first key priority there, it has been to link the SA Youth Platform as well as the ESSA system, which are the 2 biggest systems in the network, and ensuring that they at the very least start to share opportunities. But we do foresee that this work is a slightly more medium-term objective because we need to still overcome the issues around POPIA and making sure that we also protect young people's information as we build the system. So that technical committee has 4 different subcommittees that are really then driving the work. So the one around interoperability of systems and how we facilitate transitions for young people, looking at inclusive hiring and stimulating the demand and priority growth areas. How do we map the ecosystem of who's doing what? And then also creating more synergy around the different e-learning resources that are available in the network. We then have a local ecosystem enablement coordinating committee. This brings together the government department and entities that are specifically working on local economic development. So of course, NYDA, the department are part of that, as well as DSBD, the Jobs Fund, the Gauteng provinces, local, SMME Clearinghouse and TAPO 1 million, as well as DCOG to bring in the district development model, which is really an anchor for this work as well. The National Youth Service has a steering committee of which the presidency is also a party to, and then that brings together all other youth service delivering departments as well as civil society partners that deliver youth service to bring effect to what was mandated in cabinet around better coordination of youth service. Is that a question? Sorry.
Masondo. Vali mic yakho.
Thanks, Chairperson. The last is then on the demand-led skilling side. The Department of Higher Education has set up a technical implementation forum, which brings together, again, all the different key stakeholders and key government departments that are implementing demand-led programs, and specifically here responding to the skill strategy that has been designed to respond to the economic reconstruction and recovery plan and the priorities that are set out in there in order to deliver the skills that are required to address the demand in those specific sectors. So for these, we've established demand-led skilling work streams in the 5 priority growth areas of the 5 priority growth sectors of the PYI, digital, automotive, etc., as well as the care and social economy. Then we've put as a cross-cutting, which is led then by the NYDA, is that the interface between the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention and representative youth organizations is actually taking place through the structures that the NYDA has set up. And we are then brought in, and the NYDA also then presents on progress on the PYI in that fashion. So this
Sorry,
is...
Lerato.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, I'm reading your slide. At the bottom where it says the interface between PYEL, is it PYEL or, yeah, and representative youth organizations, e.g. South African Youth Council. I think that will cause you a problem.
Okay.
Because you see, South African Youth Council, it's not the only organization that represents young people. There are other youth organizations that are representing young people. But now, if you yourselves, and including NYDA, you are going to prioritize one organization, you are going to face an outcry from young people. This must be corrected. And I remember we have never even supported it as the portfolio committee, because we told them there are many youth organizations. We don't want people to support their friends.
Sure.
All young people, black, white, red, green, they must benefit. So I just wanted to caution you on this one, so that as you move on with the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, we had put it here as an example, but your point is noted, and actually we will remove it because it is meant to represent all youth organizations. So that caution is very much welcome, and we will also just present this in a way that doesn't make it seem that one institution's being given preferential treatment in any way. Thanks very much.
Yeah.
I'll proceed.
Yes.
Okay, I'm now going to hand over to our lead implementing departments, and also just to clarify that although these departments are the lead because of their specific mandates within each of these components, all other government departments that have a role to play are participating in the different structures and committees, and also have taken on delivery where it is relevant. So I'll hand over firstly to Ms. Karma Maroc to take us through the National Pathway Management Network that is led by the Department of Employment and Labor. We have kept the presentation fairly crisp and focusing on core outcomes, what's the budget, what's the target, and where we are with progress, as well as highlighting what our upcoming strategic priorities are for the committee to engage with on that. So I'll hand over to Carmel.
If there's anything that you want to know in detail, we'll ask you. It's fine.
Perfect. Thanks very much. Over to you, Carmel. Sorry.
Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks, Lorato. So, I mean, there's Lorato's given a brief overview of some of the, we've skipped a bit too far, of the interventions that make up the PYI. and in particular the Pathway Management Network, which the Department of Employment and Labour drive as part of our expanded employment mandate, as well as particularly with respect to the role we play in terms of employment services. And the National Pathway Management Network, again, doesn't seek to introduce something completely new. What it does is recognize that across government and across the private sector and civil society, there are a range of different networks in place that focus on enabling young people to transition from where they are to other forms of opportunities. And whilst some years ago, we perhaps conceptualized that as assisting young people to move from into one opportunity and then they'd be in the labor market, we've now recognized that young people zigzag. And so there's an ongoing support process to help young people navigate their way through from learning into sustainable earning. And so the network brings together those players so that if a young person enters, whether they come to a Department of Employment and Labour Centre or they join SA Youth Mobi, they can access the same opportunities. They can have visibility of KETA at the Department of Higher Education and Training. They can have visibility of what services are available in communities through work that DSI is doing and so on. So that's the focus of the National Pathway Management Network, and we've established a whole lot of structures to enable effective participation, both across government, but as I said, across government and other players. And the outcomes that we're seeking to achieve is to stimulate and aggregate demand. So of course, critically, if there isn't demand, there aren't opportunities to steer young people towards. So that's a critical component of the work. And there have been some successes, which at another point we could talk to, which highlight what is possible through that kind of aggregation of demand, including to increase opportunities, to address barriers young people face in terms of accessing those opportunities, and critically that relates strongly to the cost of work seeking, amongst others, and linking them to opportunities for earning, learning, and support. So the budget that was initially allocated through the employment stimulus, we were initially allocated amount, which wasn't able to be transferred. In this year's budget, though, we've been able to get moving, and there's a budget of 376 million. And thus far we've spent 57 million, but there are plans in place for the expenditure of 276 million, and we're finalizing the plans for the final 100 million. Thus far, we're targeting 165,000 placements, and you'll see from the figures that we are on track in that regard, through a combination of the figures that we have from SA Youth and ESSA. And here I should indicate that this is further disaggregated. Some of the placement figures from SA Youth reflect, for example, young people sourced through NYDA processes, as well as those young people who are placed into opportunities that have been facilitated by the NYDA, including youth service. So that ensures that there's a fair and transparent process for young people to access opportunities, and also makes the process of placing and tracking young people who are in programs more cost effective, and hopefully we'll also get more reliable data over time. And so I've flagged some of the progress in terms of placing young people in earning opportunities overall, and then disaggregated in terms of SA Youth and ESSA. And then also should note that Harimbi has been appointed as the pathway manager, the National Pathway Manager, and so they're playing a key support role in terms of enabling some of that interoperability and ensuring that the processes are being facilitated and that we're really bringing in demand and focusing on that. So that's been an important appointment, and we've also, with support from the Jobs Fund, who manage the calls for proposals on our behalf, have appointed 10 innovation partners. There's still an 11th where the contract is outstanding, and the plan with the innovation partners is very much to see how can we support how can the National Pathway Management Network support local communities or youth in local communities and enable them to access the kind of resources and services and support that's available in their communities. And that includes pilots that we're running with TVET colleges to ensure those young people access it, with NYDA in terms of linking to enterprises within the department, in terms of maximizing e-learning opportunities, in terms of basic package, which is non-government, which is around bringing young people in who may otherwise not usually come forward into these kind of initiatives and so on. And there we're very much trying to build on what was highlighted earlier in terms of the work with DCOG and ensuring that the National Pathway Management Network can support the one plans and the DDM model in communities. In terms of the current priorities, we're focusing on institutionalizing the NPN within the department. We don't have a huge amount of capacity in that regard, and that's something that we're trying to work on. We're setting up the subcommittees, as I've mentioned. People have come forward, but we need to get them moving so that we're able to accelerate the speed in which we work. And then critically, I've mentioned the need for interoperability so that young people can have visibility across. At the moment, there's some manual work being done in that regard, but of course it needs to be a technical solution if we're going to make good on the promise that we've made to young people to make it easier. So that's in a nutshell where we are. And Chairperson, if that's okay, I'll leave it there so we can proceed. And if there are questions, of course, we're available.
Thanks, Carmel. We'll hand over to Ms. Shabane on the demand-led skilling development led by DHEADS. Thanks.
You know, I wanted to ask the presenter on what is the exact target, because you see during the first quarter, what young people that was placed, it's 300 and for NYTA, it's 306. Let me read it. It's 385. In first quarter. So the year you were presenting is which one? First quarter, this current financial year, or the previous year? Or it's for which year? 2020, 2020. It's I'm not sure which year were you presenting that your targets in terms of youth placement.
It's for the current year, but Lerato, I don't know if you want to clarify in a bit more detail.
Yeah, so the budget is we're trying to give you an overview of since the announcement. So we've done it for the budget for 2021-22 and the current financial year, and as well as the targets. The actuals are to date. Then in the progress, we show what was achieved 2021-22, and then the second point is around in Q1 where we're at. So
that's why you're saying 165,000 placements, and then you say actual.
This was the target. Yeah. So we've actually exceeded the target quite a bit, and this is largely due to the National Pathway Management Network being a critical partner to the placement of young people in the DBE schools program.
Okay.
I hope that's clear, Chairperson.
Okay.
Ms. Chabani, are you with us?
I'm here.
Okay, over to you.
Will you change the slide, please? Thank you. Chair, Honorable Chair, and members of the Portfolio Committee, thank you so much for inviting us. My name is Sabo Chabani from the Department of Higher Education and Training. I'm in the planning branch, coordinating the implementation of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan skills strategy to support the implementation of the recovery plan. And this initiative that I'm going to be speaking about. Yes, ma'am.
Your presentation, will it include disabled people?
I don't have the statistics broken down to that detail. but I can certainly go away and prepare a supplementary report that includes that information.
Okay, please do that for us, ne?
I will do that. Thank you, Chair. Okay.
Thanks.
So our role in supporting the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention is to drive the implementation of this demand-led skill strategy. And within that, the pay for performance pilot is a key intervention that has been funded through the Presidential Employment Stimulus funding. Its core outcome is to stimulate and aggregate demand and address barriers that young people face to identify and link up with economic opportunities for earning. But we also recognize that sometimes in order for them to be able to access earning opportunities, there may be some form of training, sometimes short skills programs, sometimes more technical oriented programs to enable them to be able to take up the roles that exist. And one of the things that we're also hearing from employers is that sometimes opportunities are not even able to be identified simply because there's an expectation that the skills don't exist in the labor market. Whereas if they knew that there was a way to ensure the availability of those skills, employers would be able to open up more earning opportunities within the workplaces. So really the purpose of this initiative is to see how to establish a mechanism that can work with industry, that can work with employers to facilitate that matching between young people and employment opportunities. The Presidential Employment Stimulus allocated to the department 100 million rand in the financial year 2020-21, sorry, in 21-22 August. And then in February, a second allocation was made for the medium-term expenditure framework period, which includes 22-23 and 23-24. But for this reporting, we are going to be covering the two financial years, 21-22 and 22-23. I think I want to emphasize that because this mechanism that we're implementing is very different from how we have traditionally funded skills development through the department, whether it's through the work of CETAs, whether it's through the work of the National Skills Fund. We really were testing an innovation in this space. And the key difference is that traditionally when we have funded skills development, we have really funded without necessarily linking funding to placement of the learners. So once learning was completed, there wasn't necessarily a strict expectation that placements must occur as part of the condition of funding. This mechanism that we're trying to implement through this mechanism is basically prioritizing placement as the outcome to be funded, and skills development is an enabler to that end. So where candidates do not require any skills development and can be placed directly, that would still then be funded in that way. I think the experience that we have had, the model that we're implementing is coming out of international best practice of the implementation of social impact bonds. That's what this model of funding is called, because it's called results-based funding. That is saying you're not just funding inputs and outputs, you are actually wanting to only pay for outcomes. And that transfers the risk of implementation to the implementing partners. In implementing such a model, it was an innovation in our department. And we have run into sort of some learning challenges, if I can put them that way, some teething problems. We ran a first round of RFP in the first part of the year, which concluded without an award. Simply because, as I say, we were testing a model that we were not familiar with. We undertook an evaluation of that process, and coming out of that, we have now had to reposition and restructure the model itself. This is a long way to say that the funding is available. We're very committed to ensuring that the project gets off the ground, but up to now, we have not yet been able to get it operationally off the ground. That's a process at play in the department, and we are taking steps to ensure that before the end of the financial year, there will be implementation of this funding. The National Skills Fund is the outcome funder for this. So in addition to the funding coming from Treasury, NSF will be matching the allocation that has been made from the Presidential Employment Stimulus. The total target expected is a minimum of 8,000, but I think one of the more encouraging lessons that came out of the earlier period of running the first RFP was that we discovered that in fact, even within that first RFP, there was, I think, more than double this number of opportunities that employers had committed to. So we do have at least some encouraging indications from the market that opportunities are there. We need to work with employers to make sure that we can assist young people into them. In addition, we are, colleagues may recall that in his State of the Nation address, the President also announced that the department would be facilitating the placement of 10,000 TVET learners and graduates into workplace-based learning opportunities, particularly focusing and prioritizing those young people who have completed their institutional learning and are looking for workplace experience components to be able to complete their qualifications and be deemed competent. And again, this is an initiative that we are managing as the department that is being coordinated principally through the SETAs, but also in partnership with the National Skills Fund as well. And so that's sort of within this basket of partnership that we have with the presidency. These are the two initiatives that we're running. So in total, you could say that we're looking at somewhere in the region of 15 to 18,000 that we're targeting to place young people in workplace-based opportunities. The placement of TVET learners is inclusive of placements within our institutions as the DHET. So our TVET colleges and our community education and training colleges for TVET graduates to go and complete their work integrated learning in order to be deemed competent. But that also includes placement in the economy in addition. So where we are at the moment, as I said, a revised proposal has been submitted for consideration by the National Skills Fund with the new revised model that I've just explained. And we are, we are really anticipating that in as much as we recognize the risks of being in the third quarter of the financial year and not yet having taken the first steps forward. Well, we've taken the first steps, but not haven't placed any young people. We really are committed to ensuring that there will be progress and that there will actually be placements before the end of the financial year. In addition, the department, as Lerato explained earlier, has been working with the presidency on implementing the work streams to support the implementation of the skills strategy that I mentioned. We've been working with the work streams that in the priority sectors that the presidency is working with. But in addition, beyond that, we have our own engagements with other economic players to ensure that skills are not going to be a constraint to the economy as a whole. So we're looking more broadly beyond the 5 priority sectors that the presidency is working with. But we are in partnership with the presidency in the work that they're doing with Harambee as the National Pathway Manager, and we're receiving that support to ensure that there's that alignment of facilitating young people into employment. So to date, out of the 10,000 TVET target, we have placed over 7,400, and that's actually a report by the end of August. So this is not necessarily looking only at the first quarter, and I recognize that we may not necessarily be fully aligned with the request that was made to NYDA, but this is the progress that we have made so far. And the goal is to place the full 10,000 by the end of the calendar year. And I think we've made good progress in that regard. So our current strategic priorities in being able to go forward is to obtain a decision on the revised model for the pay for performance pilot to allow for implementation to get off the ground, and then to review the design and implementation of the workstream approach, because we have recognized that sometimes when we talk about how work opportunities manifest, they don't always sort of come through in the way that we might have expected. So we're trying to work with government, we're trying to work with other private sector partners to ensure that the approach that we take to aligning skills development for short-term opportunities is in line with how employers actually seek young people, how they seek candidates. And that includes working, for example, with our Quality Council for Trades and Occupations to ensure that skills development programs can be made available in a variety of different ways, including short programs, part qualifications, and smoother accreditation processes for those different ways of delivering skills development in order to ensure that there's more agility and flexibility and responsiveness in the way that we deliver skills development programs to respond to the needs of the economy. So that's where we are. I'm happy to take questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sybil. Chairperson, we'll just continue through the presentation if that's okay with you.
You know, I wanted to ask which budget are they talking about? Is for it budget higher education from higher education? And how does it link with NYDA? I don't know whether I'm making sense. Could the presentation that
yes.
she's...
You're making sense, Chair. I think I can try to answer.
Okay.
Okay. So the budget that we're talking about, the department under the auspices, well, let me say in partnership with the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, the department and the National Skills Fund submitted an application to the National Treasury for funding to test this pay for performance model. Now, the link with NYDA would really be a broader link to say that the program is targeting and aiming to assist young people, but it's not a budget that is coming out of NYDA. It's a budget that is being it's a budget that is being managed by the department, with the National Skills Fund being the primary implementing partner as the outcome funder. And then, so when you look at that 400 million, we would have received 200 million from the National Treasury, and the National Skills Fund is providing matching funds towards this end.
Yeah, because, you know, when I was trying to think that NYDA has a backlog, and then looking at this report, it looks like you are also having a backlog.
I don't know that I would call it a backlog. Ours is because the model itself is quite new to us. And so we have, so we have been trying to adapt our systems to be able to implement it. So I wouldn't necessarily call it a backlog in that sense. I think once the model itself gets off the ground, I would anticipate that it should be possible to move with a reasonable amount of speed.
So you were piloting your model in other ways?
In other ways, yes. Yeah, so it's a departure from the traditional funding where we are only funding training to say here training is an enabler. The thing that we're actually funding is the placement of young people into employment. So the contractors who would be participating in this pilot would be paid, for example, when a person is placed, they would get some form of payment. And then the longer the person stays in employment, they would get additional payments. So there would be a schedule of payments that is based principally on the fact that the young person is in a job and is getting paid.
Okay. All right.
Thanks.
I don't know whether other members, they want to ask you a question, or I must allow finish. You can finish up. Let me allow you to finish,
okay,
so that at least I can take. Sorry?
I was saying we'll take guidance from you whether you want to take questions now, or if we should wrap up the presentation and take questions at the end.
Okay, wrap up. Lerato, so that I can allow honorable members to ask questions.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to
All right.
request Tate Musoma from the DTIC to take us through the local ecosystem enablement. Just to note that this is the one area of the PYI where we have not secured any funding from the fiscus. We did put in an application in phase 2 of the employment stimulus that was not approved. But since then we have been lobbying to get funding both from National Treasury, but also looking at partners that can come on board. So he will take you through that. And after that, I will take you through a high level of the achievements and then we'll close. Over to you, Kenneth.
Thanks very much, Lerato, and good afternoon, Chair and honorable members. My name is Kenneth Osoma from the DTIC. Am I audible, colleagues and honorable members?
Yes, you are.
You are. No, thanks very much. No, thanks very much. I was establishing that because I don't want to talk to myself. Thanks very much. I will be talking to the local ecosystem enablement work stream as one of the components of the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, as I think it has already been alluded to by in this presentation. And also, I think the first point of departure is to note that funding in the current funding period has not been approved because National Treasury raised some clarity-seeking questions, specifically with what we were intending to create, because there were a confusion with regard to the name of what we were intending to create. We between what we were intending to create and what our sister department, small businesses, already creating, which is called the Youth Challenge Fund, that is being administered by CIFA on behalf of the small of DSBD. So we had to revise the proposal to arrive at a wording which is called the Local Ecosystem Enablement Fund. So what we have done since that process of revising and reviewing the proposal, we have established the steering committee, which consists of, I think, sister departments and implementing agencies. And we've also developed the terms of reference that will be guiding the implementation and how, and also outlining the critical role each and every stakeholder is expected of. We've developed that, it has been adopted by that. So we have also engaged our principals. We've sought endorsement from our principals that endorsed this work stream that we are trying to do. So the second key focus area is the establishment of the fund. The fund, which will be called the Local Ecosystem Enablement Fund, will be administered by the IDC on behalf of the DTIC. The DTIC will receive money from National Treasury in terms of the division of revenue, and then transfer the money to the IDC, which will administer the fund and report on a quarterly basis to the committee and presidents in that stage. So progress, as I've indicated, that in the current stage we have not been funded, but we are now in the process of we've addressed all the comments that Treasury had raised. We've since, after the program has been endorsed by our principals, we are finalizing the MOUs, a tripartite MOU with the presidency, ourselves as the DTIC, who will be providing a strategic oversight role to the fund together with the IDC, which will be administering and managing the fund. So progress is at an advanced stage. Immediately, the funding period in the new coming financial year comes in, we will be ready, and then everything will be in order. So the progress that we've designed and articulation of the Local Ecosystem Fund has been improved, as I've indicated earlier on, following the technical capacity support from the Michelle and Susan Dell Foundation and the GIZ to review the proposed design and facilitate consultation with potential role players in the ecosystem market. Then we've also engaged our sister institution here, which is critical in championing youth development program, which is the NYDA, which have shown an interest for partnership, and they are willing to commit 10 million towards the fund so that we kickstart the process. We are also awaiting feedback from the IGC board on additional co-funding of 1 billion from their social employment fund. I think once the board sits and convenes, and then because they said once they make some clarity-seeking questions, we've addressed them. We are waiting for their feedback from their second meeting. Then we will be able to know the status with regard to the additional funding from the IGC. So on the other side, the presidency is also in constant engagement with the KFW and the British High Commission to also secure additional funding for the LE for the fund, as well as technical support to ensure that we indeed achieve the intended goal. So as I've indicated earlier on, we've also established the committee and developed the monitoring and evaluation reporting learning framework, which includes indicators for the local ecosystem enablement component in the space. So the current strategic priority in the now going forward is that we need to secure funding from national treasury and begin implementation. Statistics and unemployment rates out there says a lot about what needs to be done. So once we secure funding, I think we'll start the process. And then we also conduct and coordinate mapping of the local ecosystem in key priority areas, and then commence the progress of tracking the indicators in line with the monitoring and evaluation reporting learning framework across all partners. Thanks, honorable members and Chair. Over to you, Loretta, to proceed with other components.
Thanks very much, Kenneth. So we're going to take it till the end. As I mentioned, the fourth component is to revitalize National Youth Service, which the CEO has gone into in quite a lot of detail. So we're not going to engage additionally on this, to suffice that the report has been given by the NYDA, who is leading this component. Then we did want to just take you through some cross-cutting strategic priorities for us. Dr. Busuma, can you please mute? The cross-cutting priorities that we are focusing on as we head towards the end of the financial year and the start of the new one. The first, which the chairperson of the NYDA has also commented on, is to continue to engage National Treasury to secure funding for the PYI beyond what we have in the budget at the moment, which is funding till the 2023-24 financial year. So beyond that, over the MTIF, we do need additional funding. The PYI is seen by the president as a permanent intervention over the long term to address the systemic challenge of youth employment. So it is necessary that there is adequate resources attached to that commitment. We are also finalizing the monitoring, evaluation, reporting, and learning framework. We have been engaging with various different partners, including the department, to ensure that we are aligning with other indicators that are in the system and pull together a comprehensive framework that can start to provide new intelligence and better clarity on what exactly is working within what government is doing together with its partners, and where do we need to be intervening in more concerted ways. We've also designed and we are in the process of designing and delivering a comprehensive communication strategy. President did launch on Youth Day this year the PYI dashboard and microsite on the State of Nation website, which is really starting to close a gap in terms of a place that the public and partners can go to access information. We have provided and developed a basic information pack that includes fact sheets that can be downloaded from the site, but we do really still see this as a big gap in terms of getting the intervention out there and getting the messaging around what government is doing and where we are actually succeeding and starting to see glimmers of hope. And lastly, it's really around enhancing our partnerships and continuing work to that extent, and institutional arrangements for the PYI. So really taking a review of how have we organized ourselves and what in that organization is helping to deliver and what we need to be shifting, if anything at all, as well as continuing to coordinate the development partners, where we are constituting a steering group that will include co-chairs from government and chairs from the development partner community to help drive their contribution to the country's priorities. So this is going to be a very quick overview of achievements in Q1, and just a very high level overview with these infographics that we now have over 3.1 million young people who are registered on the SA Youth platform and are accessing opportunities through that. And then on ESSA, that's sitting at 1.1 million. And you will see that across the presentation, we are still not yet presenting data for the network as a whole, and we're separating SA Youth and ESSA. And that is because we are still doing this work of integrating the systems. So it would be a misrepresentation to just add these numbers, because there are actually young people who are registered on both, and young people are, are really working very hard to get earning opportunities for themselves. So they are really accessing wherever in the system they can get data. So we are working towards actually being able to come to the committee soon, being able to show the aggregates for the entire network when all the duplication has actually been done, and we have a sense of how many young people are across different systems, etc. Similarly, on opportunity holders, so we've also done a count on how many opportunity holders, and this is both private sector and public sector, offered opportunities in the National Pathway Management Network, both on ESSA and SA Youth, and we have 309 on SA Youth and 117 who made their opportunities available to young people. In the first quarter, we were able to place 229,000 young people into opportunities for earning and 17,000 on ESSA. 64% of those opportunities were secured by young women in the network. And then on the enterprise development side, 7,439 young people were able to access non-financial supports from the NYDA in Q1. And the same was 190 for the DSBD, and 428 were able to access financial support. Then we are also tracking, at the moment we're presenting this for DSBD, but we are working to get a good sense across the entire PYI system as we start to integrate all the different data platforms and systems. How are we doing in terms of supporting our most vulnerable young people, which are those young people that are living in rural areas and township economies or townships, and 59% of the young people who received non-financial support from the DSBD were residing in rural and township areas. As I mentioned, President launched our dashboard. We provided a link to the site. We're not going to go through the dashboard in this meeting, but we really do invite committee members to have a look at that. What we have done is just taken some screenshots from there, so you get a sense of also what is being presented. And you'll see when you get to the dashboard that you're able to then really click through and get a good sense of what are the demographic disaggregates on SA Youth and ESSA, and also get a sense of what types of opportunity holders in which industries are we able to place young people, etc. So this is just a breakdown of the opportunities over the last few quarters and how we are tracking. And we are showing this on SA Youth, at least where the data is available, by employment opportunity, but also by the type of opportunity holder. So how many were secured from the private sector, from the public sector, etc. And then we have the age distribution as well across the different types of opportunities. So we've disaggregated this by age and gender for the opportunities that are specifically around learning, those where young people are earning an income, and those where young people are getting support. So the support varies from getting supported to access the network and getting supported to apply for opportunities, as well as support offered by ESSA looking at career counseling. So you can see that the majority of across these different opportunities, many of the opportunities are actually going to young people that are aged between 21 and 30 years old, which with this being over 70% both across SA Youth and ESSA. Chairperson, you asked about disability. We haven't and as Sybil has answered that we will get that data inputted for the demand-led skilling component. So what we're presenting here is the disability status when we look at the National Pathway Management Network. And suffice to say, just from, as you can see from these, I'm just trying to see if I can get my pointer to work. There we go. From these graphs that quite a large majority of the opportunities are actually going towards young people who do not live with disability. This is definitely an area for extensive work. It did come up as well in our presentation to NEDLAC, where they raised this as a concern. And we are working with them as well, specifically the community constituency. And with the NYDA as well, where they, in the National Youth Service, they've been able to actually achieve quite a good percentage of opportunities going to young people who are living with disability. So you'll see that across the board, it is less than 2%, which is actually low based on best practice and what we should be achieving in this regard. The provincial breakdown actually differs. We don't have this breakdown from ESA as yet. They were not able to provide this data for the first quarter. So I'm presenting here the ESA youth breakdown, and you'll see that even here, we do need to do a bit more work, especially around accessing provinces where most young people will not then be based in urban centers. A lot of the learning opportunities have largely gone to four young people who are living in four very big provinces, Gauteng, Mpumalanga, KZN, and Western Cape. On the earning opportunities, these have largely been secured by young people in KZN, Gauteng, Eastern Cape. At least we have Limpopo here, which is one of the provinces that are critical to target, as well as the Western Cape. And then on securing support, this has gone largely to Gauteng, KZN, Western Cape, and Limpopo. Noting that, of course, the big provinces also have a larger population of young people. It is still critical for us, especially to be making sure Northern Cape, Northwest, young people are not left behind. On the racial breakdown, I think this is a good set of statistics in that we are targeting majority young, Black, colored, Indian young people who are bearing the brunt of youth unemployment. So they are accessing, over 80% of them across are accessing earning, learning, and support opportunities on both ESA as well as ESA Youth. Then we've also looked at geography, so the urban-rural divide across the different types of opportunities. And here, sorry, ma'am. Sorry, Chairperson, do you want to come in? Okay, I'll proceed. We do not have geographical breakdown for ESA at this moment, but we are working on that for the Q2 updates. But suffice to say here that, again, needing to really focus in on making sure that vulnerable young people in rural areas are getting support. Majority of the opportunities are going to young people in urban areas, which in some cases does include township economies. This was not requested, but we thought it would be good to still add the education breakdown, just in terms of the difference between young people with matric and without matric, and what that difference is in terms of opportunities being secured. And you can see quite clearly from the breakdown across is that those with matric are securing the majority of opportunities versus those without matric. And this speaks on some level to how do we unlock opportunities for young people that have not secured opportunities, and how do we scale them up to be able to access the opportunities in the labor market, which is part of what Sybil was talking to in our demand-led skilling approach, but also specifically within the National Pathway Management Network, addressing this as a key barrier to accessing opportunities. Sybil has spoken to this, so I'm not going to go into detail. She's spoken to the workplace graduate placements. So we're showing here up to Q1, and she gave you the digits, the statistics up to August. Then we have also included the Youth Employment Service, which is also a key partner that is responsible for placing young people into work experience, and they were able to place just over 6,000 young people into workplace experience opportunities in the private sector. And the last request that we got from the committee was to give a sense of the stakeholder partnerships. I did note early on in the presentation that we have been able to secure just under 50 million in terms of support for the PYI from partners, and that work continues, and we are currently finalizing various agreements for other partners to come on board, and we will include that the next time we present. But just to say that we have been also working on monitoring the work of development partners in the country, and you will see here that we have 14 partners that have reported to us. And we did ask that they report exactly what projects they're doing. This is just a quick word cloud of who some of those partners are. You have USAID, DG Marie Trust, GIZ, the EU, World Bank, etc. This map just gives a sense of where exactly in the country some of these projects are being taken, that are being implemented by the partners. And what we've also done is map where there are projects where they're not directly necessarily supporting youth service, national poverty management network, any of our core components, but their work is contributing to them. Which areas are they contributing to? So you'll see that a lot of partners are actually in the demand-led skilling space, running programs to skill young people across the country. They're also working around stimulating economies and supporting work around building the national poverty management network. These are the sectors that these partners are working in the country. And these are some of the partners that they are working with. So this is also included in the dashboard. We're going to stop here, Chairperson. Thank you again very much for this opportunity to come and provide an update to the committee. And yeah, we've shared the link again here to the site on the State of Nation address, which includes the live dashboard that that members are welcome to go and interrogate in more detail. Back to you. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, thank you so much, and our apologies for taking that long. And thanks.
No problem, no problem. We are on duty. Thank you very much, Lerato. I want to go back to Sibulelo again. I want to ask you, Sibulelo, regarding the placement of young people. I'm just thinking that you are saying you want to appoint to get a contractor who will assist you in terms of placement of young people. And I'm asking myself, why would you want to appoint a contractor or contractors to help you when there's NYDA? And why don't you tap in on the database that NYDA has? Because I mean, they do have a database. They know exactly on what needs to be done. Why can't you use those their database? Because for me, you know, when you appoint a contractor, it will mean the money that is supposed to be benefiting those young people, it will be benefiting one company. And which contractors are those that you want to appoint? Again, NYDA has a database of contractors or service providers that maybe they are dealing with some of the services that they can assist you with.
May I respond, Chair?
Yes, Sibulelo.
Okay. Chair, you are correct. We don't necessarily expect to exclude the NYDA. I think in terms of the way that recruitment would occur, the NYDA would certainly be an important resource in that process. I just, if you will indulge me, if I can just go back to explaining the concept itself. Because really the key issue is the model that we're implementing it doesn't function in the normal way that we traditionally fund skills development. So the key issue here is that what this model does is it transfers the risk to the implementing contractors, because they have to have the confidence and they have to have the security of their networks of employers to be able to say, we know that the employment opportunities exist, because they will only be paid on the basis of their ability to place young people. Now,
Okay, wait there.
Okay.
What we're saying is give that opportunity to those young people who are there in the database of NYDA.
Any suitable service provider that meets the requirements would be open to attend. So it's going to be a tendering process to appoint those contractors, and it is going to be managed as a transparent contracting process. The key issue is there are a number of different considerations that have to be borne in mind. The first is the of what capacity do they have to manage their internal cash flows such that they can afford to get the payments made in the way that I described earlier, where you're being paid first on the initial placement, then you'll be paid in various tranches the longer the placement continues, right? Up to a period of 12 months. So some companies, may need, for example, cash flow support from either from a lending institution, from any other source of funding to be able to absorb that risk, if I can put it that way. So the NYDA would, I don't know if they're necessarily well positioned to do something like that, but certainly what we would envisage their role to be as part of the National Pathway Management Network, they would be able to avail their young people as part of the recruitment process to say, we have this database of young people, and so when recruitment is occurring, they should also be part of the pool from which candidates would be drawn.
Yeah, I don't want young people to miss that opportunity.
Yes.
I want even those big ones, those big companies, service providers to at least subcontract the smaller ones.
Or in terms of the placements themselves.
Yes. Yeah, well,
okay. I hear you. I hear you.
So that they can be empowered, because if we don't do it that way, that means our young people will never be empowered one way or the other. We'll be talking English.
Yeah.
And then it will be on paper, but truly speaking, it will be benefiting the very people who've been there.
No, I hear you. I hear you. I think what we would need to do then is to challenge the service provider that is coordinating all this work to ensure that that's part of their model. At the moment, we hadn't necessarily built it in that way. And perhaps we would need to just go back and see to what extent we can then challenge them to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I hear you.
We as the portfolio committee, we try our level best to advocate for young people. There's no way that they'll be left out. I'm sure even the department, they are here. Dr. Bernice is here, and I'm sure she has noted what you have just presented, and she can also have an input because we've been seeing in some of the departments and municipalities where they even put in their tender things that you need to subcontract service providers who are still maybe level 1 or level 2, something like that. That's what is important for us as the portfolio committee, so that at the end of the day, these presidential projects, they must benefit the intended beneficiaries at the end of the day.
No, that makes a lot of sense.
That makes a lot
Yeah.
of sense.
No, I was just having a concern on that one. But thank you very much. Let me allow honorable members to ask questions. And NYDA. Let me address NYDA, honorable members. Chair, I see the message that you sent to me now, that the meeting, according to the program, it was written that the meeting will be ending at 1. But I'm sure you know that when you come to the portfolio committee, the time that we write down is for formality. You know, we can't say the meeting, it's 1 o'clock, now we must end, when there are still things that you are supposed to be doing. So your board members, when they applied to be board members, they said to young people of South Africa, we want to serve you and we are ready to serve you. So for us, you are called once in a quarter to the portfolio committee. This thing of your members forwarding apologies to say one is going to fetch a child, one is going to other appointments, it's totally unacceptable to us. A day that is put aside for a meeting, we're not doing it to you only. You can ask, the department is here. They will tell you, you can ask CGE. We are expecting you, this thing of your members, when they know the date of the meeting, long time before the meeting, and then when the meeting comes, they want to put apologies. We are not accepting apologies. It's wrong, Chairperson. You can't be serving young people and not be worried about the high rate of unemployment, of youth unemployment. It's like, if you are concerned about your lives, you are not concerned about the lives of young people. In the last meeting, some of your members have forwarded apologies. Now again, this is not NYDA. You are in Parliament. You can do those things in your meetings of the board, not in Parliament. Otherwise, we'll write to the president and tell the president, we have appointed wrong people to the board. Let's bring new people who are going to be serious about serving young people of South Africa. Because it's only once. But your members are in a hurry, they are sending apologies. For what? All those apologies are not accepted. I granted Avela because he's catching a flight, but I told him that this is for the last time that he books a flight on the day and on the time when the meeting is still on. It's totally not acceptable. All those requests are declined, Chairperson. Your members must be here until the meeting ends. Okay, honorable members, let me get hands from you. If there are any clarity-seeking questions, if you are satisfied, that means it's only the chair who was listening to the presentation. Nina, you were somewhere else. Babu Ngobo, Honorable Masondo, the only person that can, Honorable Boni, the only person that I can pardon, or in fact, Honorable Masigo is attending Pan-African Parliament for Women, but she's still in the meeting. Honorable Masigo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let us welcome
the presentation. I think, Chair, we at some point will need to have a proper presentation that will make us understand better the working relations between the PMO themselves, the NYDA, as well as the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, specifically the unit that deals with young people. I'm saying this, Chairperson, because I think at some point we need to better understand the coordination and who's doing what, when, and how. It's a bit confusing, I must say. Secondly, Chairperson, I think one would have expected to hear something around the Department of Public Works. As we know that the Department of Public Works has the biggest program of EPWP, which is recruiting and training young people. So we would have expected within this presentation to hear something around the Department of Public Works, specifically the EPWP program. Thirdly, Chairperson,
of the performance of the PMO in Parliament and accountability to parliamentary structures in terms of the set targets as well as the money that has been spent. It goes without saying, Chairperson, that they should account somewhere. And we do understand that they are reporting to the President. But the understanding as well is that how then are they also reporting to the different parliamentary portfolio committees which deal with budget votes, as well as the annual performance plans with targets and budgets? Because this work that is being reported, Honorable Chairperson, is not being done by somebody seated somewhere else or a different structure. Most of the work that is reported here is done by the different government departments. And you would expect that the work that is being reported is also featuring in the annual performance plans of the government departments. Now we need to also get an understanding in terms of accountability to the different portfolio committees, whether the set targets are appearing in the department's annual plans and the different portfolio committees are holding the different departments to account in relation to the work done for young people in the country. The fourth point is around the establishment